Oh, okay, there's the sound. Yeah, I was just saying that I had to like reset some stuff. I'm wearing the same shirt I was yesterday. Um, I just threw it back on, but I'm about to do my exercises and stuff anyway, and then take a shower. So, but um, none of my stuff was working when I started my stream. Normally my video's okay, but I had to like reset it, and there's something else on my screen that's not there. So I'm gonna try to add it back in again. I don't know why it's not there. But hi, Alicia. Good morning. Yeah, it's not working. I just added it again and I can't see it. Weird. Yeah, right? Okay. I just have a lot of black clothes. So it looks like I'm wearing the same thing. I have like 5 pairs of the same pants. So if, I mean, I just put, these are clean pants I just put on this morning. But they probably look exactly the same as the ones I was wearing yesterday. I don't know. So I do work, but I make my own schedule. So everyone keeps saying that. There was another guy saying that too. So I'm gonna stream and do some of my work during the day while I'm streaming, so you guys can like see what I do. But I don't work that much. I just have part-time jobs that I make my own schedule. But I make enough money just to get by, so I'm happy with that. I chose that on purpose. I made more money than I needed for years, and I was smart with my money, and I saved my money, and my money works for me now. So I have more time to work for the animals. Yeah, like I don't understand why people come into the vegans chats to like justify being cruel to animals and just to be like a shitty person. Yeah, pot roast. You could do vegan pot roast. It doesn't bother me that you eat meat. Like I wish that you wouldn't, but when you come in here and you just say shit like that, it just shows that you're not willing to change. It says more about you than me. And like I said, it doesn't bother me. It's just kind of sad. But I'm drinking my coffee this morning. I got this cold brew from Stumptown. This is my favorite brand of coffee. If you guys are coffee drinkers, they have like the whole coffee beans that you can get, and I normally will get that and grind them up myself. But when this goes on sale, it's like half off. It's normally 15 bucks, but I got it for, or 14 bucks, I got it for 7. And it's concentrated, so I mix it with my cashew milk, and then this was like reduced too, so I got this for 250 instead of like 4 bucks. So I'm drinking my coffee this morning. You're welcome here if you're not vegan, but don't be an ass and try to learn something. That's all. Yeah, I know. I get that. I see it's a lot of the vegan videos are like the same thing over and over again, but that's why I plan on doing different, more using more techniques and doing different types of videos, but I'm just getting started, so I'm just trying to figure out what I'm the most comfortable doing. Um, and once I get some more people, there's a couple people that just joined some of the local Facebook groups, so I'm gonna start doing some bigger events with more people too, and organizing them, having training other people to do outreach and interviews and talks and stuff, and hopefully I can get better at it too. You say you're not willing to change, but maybe that's just right now. Maybe you'll be more willing to change in the future. If you, but if you want to be here and be closed-minded, then you might not be here very long. Just try to learn something. Can you see Nova? Oh, you can't. What happened? Screen just blacked out. That was weird. Nova girl. She was just barking at me a lot before I started my stream, so I wasn't sure if I was gonna start it or change it and go take her for a walk because I want to do that. I want to take her for a walk later and probably stream on my phone while we're walking around and then maybe go to the grocery store because I have to get groceries today. So I'm thinking I'll stream for a little while on my laptop and then I'll switch to my phone later. I might take a break for a little while and then switch to my phone and then do some other stuff later and do another stream later on my other phone. So I'll do like a couple hours in the morning now and then a couple hours probably in the morning, but just later. Education. Well, the first thing I was going to do is my exercises. So you want to exercise with me? This is a friend of mine that's doing exercise videos. She just posted this yesterday. So she does different exercises than I do, but I just play her stuff because I like the music, some of the music that she plays, and you can follow along with her, or you can follow along with me, or just do your own thing. How much more I know you? I didn't say anything about you. I just asked you to learn something while you're here. What are you talking about? You have a lot of turkeys in your yard? That's cool. I used to wake up sometimes and there'd be a wild turkey on my front porch where I used to live. Not anymore. I live in the freaking city now. I used to live out in the country though. Shit. There'd be like wild turkeys and wild pheasants running around and stuff. I'd always see them. Nova, your hair got in my coffee. You're the one that tries to talk like you know me so much. We can watch some other vegan um, interviews and stuff like that too. Maybe you can learn something from that. Yeah, most most adults are babies. I agree with that. Most most people never grow up. That's something that I've thought a lot about. Most people never grow up. Stay kids forever. And when I am educating you, I'm not even saying that I'm right. I'm just saying that, I've looked into some things and you might want to look into some of these things too. But oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's a crap load. That's really cool though. I like seeing all the wild animals. That was something else for education. I do have something here with ChatGTP I was talking about yesterday, kind of talking about Humane Hancock's video. So maybe we can, after I do some of my exercises, we can watch some of that video and then see what ChatGTP kind of had to say, what they had to say about it. Baby girl.
I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of I wish I could give you up, but you're my new favorite drug. Enter into my blood, run with my toxic love. Look how you make me happy. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. You take a hold of me. Look
Hi,
how
Ben.
you make me.
How do you feel when you're slaughtering the animals? Like you don't feel bad about it, even a little bit? I talked to some people yesterday that a guy that worked in a rendering plant. He said it was horrible. What's going on, you guys? Thanks for being here. What time is it there in the afternoon? It's like 7 a.m. here. So I'm just kind of getting up and getting my day kind of going. Been up for a little bit, but yeah, one. That's what I was thinking, like early afternoon. Cool. Where are you at, Benji? What country are you from? Forget. On a bike, nice. I'm gonna go walk Nova in a little bit, and then ride my scooter around. So I might try to stream that. Cool, Germany. Yeah. Yeah, I don't care if you kick him out of it. Being a dumbass. Let's see here. Some stretches. What are you talking about there? What's a sock account? How were things looking strange yesterday? Yeah, weird spamming. Tell us hurts. It doesn't even hurt, it's just hard. It's harder. Let's put that on. Yeah. You guys probably saw Humane Hancock's video, right? What did you guys think about that? After this, we can watch some of it, or just go to like reviewing it. If you guys already saw it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I really don't like the title. It's a super clickbaity title. But I kind of agree with some of the stuff that he says. I don't know if I agree with like how he's kind of saying it, you know. But yeah, if it's not that long, we can watch it like sped up. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of people that are gonna be like reacting to it or watching it. But he should change the title on it. The title's like why veganism doesn't work. Yeah, that's the definitely got to protect the chickens. My dad had chickens when and a turkey when I was younger, and that's what happened to him. Eventually, we had him for a while, but a raccoon broke into the barn, and freaking raccoon killed them all. It's pretty sad. Yeah, exactly. It's a really dumb title. It's like why veganism doesn't work, and then like he waits till almost the end of the video, and then he's like, "Well, I'm still vegan, and blah 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 blah. This is why you should be vegan." So it's like why make? I know why I made the title, but it's like it's it's gonna piss a lot of people off. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, see, Ben. Thanks for being here. Yeah, he's got a clickbaity title. Trying to get views. Controversial kind of concept, but I think he means good with it. It's just it complicates things to most people. It looks like Mel and Steve are live. It looks like Mel and Steve are live. It looks like Mel and Steve are live. Let's up here. We can check their stream out. Do this. That works. Pop up here, yeah. Let's see what they're doing.
Hey, Kathy, how you doing?
Hi, Kathy.
Got a nicer stream for you today, Kathy. We've got a much nicer one. You see in the background, we've got a load of rescues. All these sheep have been rescued from industries that would have exploited them.
Oh, they're at a sanctuary. It's a little change of pace from being at the slaughterhouses. Yeah. Yeah, and you want to, if you want to keep trying to do more, there's things that you can keep trying to do, but it's, yeah, he's confusing some things. The first step is just going vegan and saving off farm animals from what they're going through, and that'll save a lot of like the insects and stuff, and that's kind of what he's talking about. And all the other animals, the wild animals. But most of them are really small. But yeah, let's...
Organised.
They're kind of organised.
Okay, I think that... Okay,
I really appreciate the work you guys do. Thank you very, very much. Stephen, hi from Puerto Rico. Thank you. That's very kind words saying you think.
Yeah.
I appreciate our work.
So anyone,
it's the least we do for the animals.
Anyone who's just come in to our room, we are hanging out at a sanctuary today with sheep. So this is a much nicer live stream that we're doing. So anyone who's thinking, oh, this is a farm, it's not a farm, this is a sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should probably go up there and show people some of the sheep.
Well, yeah, we'll get the room filled up first and then we'll go for a little wander down, shall we?
Yeah,
See what's going on.
Sheepies.
Let's see what's going on. I'm at the sanctuary too. Cutie's at the sanctuary too. Someday I want to visit a sanctuary here in Connecticut. Uh-oh. Mel's
Yeah, if you want to be active, I would recommend just going out there and doing it, and just if you can find some other people to shadow a little bit, follow them and see what they do. Um, if you become, I don't know what I have it set to. If you become a supporter or a member, I think you um or I was thinking about gifting some memberships out to some people that were here like before 100 subscribers, or that come to a lot of my streams and comment on the videos and stuff. I might give out some memberships, but in the Buy Me a Coffee account, I put some scripts that I came up with, and like AV's new flowchart of their questions. That's in there too. But I came up with some myself. So there's like 7 or 8 different scripts like that you can, like guides that you can follow. They're like just a series of questions about different things, mostly about the animals, but then there's even one about the environment, and then there's one that's kind of about health too. So if people keep bringing up those subjects, you can kind of ask them some of those questions, and then try to bring it back to the animals too. Yeah, you can't leave because of the chickens. Yeah, see, like when you have chickens and you actually want to care for them, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of money and a lot of space, and it's people that think that they can do that and then also take their eggs. It's pretty delusional. Maybe a small group of people can make that work, but then they're extremely privileged. And it's still not really fair to the chickens if you're just still taking stuff from them. That's how all the shitty things started. It's just way easier to just leave them alone. But it's so nice to be able to rescue them. Like, it's crazy what their fate would have been if you weren't caring for them. Like, so that's awesome. It's awesome that you love them and that you're taking good care of them.
done the. Okay, guys.
I don't know if they will.
All right, let's watch Mel be inundated with friends because the biscuits have come out.
Do you want a biscuit?
Nova.
Here we go.
They're looking down there.
Yeah, they'll come.
I think we should go a bit more down there.
All right, we're going for a wander down this way. I'll follow you with the camera. We'll come back to this point.
I've got to get everyone a biscuit now. I feel bad.
Yeah, everyone needs
Feel
biscuits. Here we go.
bad.
Here we go. Here they come.
Loopy tail.
Here we go. Let me make sure I got a good shot of this. Okay. Yeah, you got
So
it. This is
cute.
good.
Here
Good
you go. Do
shot.
you want some Steve? I might need help in a minute.
You're going to need some help. Hi, would you
I
like
know
a
you
biscuit?
want one too. Hold on.
Oh my
cute
gosh,
it
they're
is.
so
Look,
cute.
look.
Oh, hello. Don't
Look.
kick me.
Everybody wants the biscuits. See, no one cares until the biscuits come out. I haven't got any biscuits, guys. Mel's got all the biscuits. You have to go and bar at Mel. She's going to give you the biscuits.
Whoa.
We
Wait.
need some biscuits over here. Oh my gosh,
Here
the
you go.
phone's going.
Oh, that's so cute.
Let's take a few out and then I should probably put some back in because it's.
This wasn't thought through.
When I was in high school, I volunteered to help at a farm. They had a bunch of goats and bunnies. There was like 200 bunnies in the guy's barn. And I would go over there and take care of all the bunnies and play with the goats for a little bit. And it was really cool. He had like a couple of ferrets and some other pets too, but I'm sure he probably sold some of them for like meat and stuff like that, now that I think about it, but I didn't really know better back then. But I loved, like, that's kind of where I fell in love with bunnies. Like, they were so cool. Rabbits. And the goats were really cool too.
This wasn't thought through, guys.
Ah, don't you kicking
This
me?
wasn't thought through. Look at the. What's the difference between?
Yeah, I understand that, but now you're realizing it, right? So that's all that matters, is that once you're aware of what's going on and you want to make a change, you want to actually respect them, then, like, don't you now you feel like you have an obligation to just care for them, right? Like, it's kind of how it should be. So
The
Here you
sheep
go. Here
and
you go.
companion animals who you're used to having at home. They're no different to your dogs and your cats. No different.
Hold on, we have to be fair.
Absolutely no different.
Wait, there you go, there's some over there.
Rene, this is more harmonious. Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly what we thought we'd do today. We thought we'd come and hang out with
Right,
some
there's
rescued
some
sheep
over there, some over
who
there.
have been rescued from the industries that a lot of you guys
Over
come
there.
and watch us sort of try and expose when we go to these slaughterhouses, when we show the reality behind industries that exploit animals. So we thought that we'd come here today.
Wait.
Oh, Steve, I really like what you do. Steve, thank you so much
Yeah,
for your
right.
kind super thanks. That's really, really kind. Isn't Steve kind? So thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve.
did you say how many you have? But they're your life now. Like, I understand that. I respect that.
You didn't
Yes.
get any.
Yeah, we wanted to give you guys a little bit of a happier live stream. Tomorrow will be different, of course, because Friday, as usual, we should be at our normal place exposing slaughterhouses. But for today, we thought we'd come here and just enjoy spending some time around the animals that have been rescued.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, they're so strong. I've got to stand up. The first time I discovered the truth about the dairy industry, I got so sick. By the way, what do you guys do to earn money? Yeah, when you learn the realities behind these industries, it turns your stomach. It makes you feel.
Okay.
Oh, I got. It makes you feel absolutely horrified because they've lied to us. The industries have taken baby animals like these guys, exploited them for their bodies, for profits. And you know, what's the moral difference between these and our dogs and cats? Even what's the moral difference between these and us? Their desire to live is the same. Look, like they're friendly. They're no different. People need to see animals in this light.
So cute.
People need to.
He's so cute.
Here you go. Here you go. People need to see animals in this. Here you go.
Oh my
Is
God.
this
Ouch!
Hillary? I think this is Hillary. Right.
There you go. There you
Let me
go.
put this up here.
There you go. There you go.
so-
They're so cute. Oh, let's see. You can blur in here. Looks like it's only me and you in here. Yeah, it used to be 10. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, the 3 died. But yeah, like, do they have their own names and everything?
Money. We have our
It's all gone.
business. Our
All gone.
right. There you
gone.
go.
Don't you do that? I'll go and put it in the bag.
There we go. To have our to earn money. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here. We have our vegan bleaching eyewear, sunglasses, and we have obviously our Patreon and our YouTube, and we spend as much time as we can. Than humans. Yeah, I could agree with that. Trolls in the room. We got trolls. How can people troll when we have like the most innocent animals? Like, just look around here. Look at the camera support team we have here. Like,
I'm cleaning out all my empty bottles from the last couple days so I can take my recycling.
How could you be trolling right in front of these innocent little
look
babies?
at her babies.
Yes, Julie, there's sheep here. We've come to a sanctuary today, and we thought we'd do a little bit of a different live stream. Most of our live streams, obviously, as you guys know, are outside slaughterhouses, and we thought today we'd come and show animals in their
Yeah, I think it would be cool.
environment where they've been rescued. So all of the sheep here, they have been rescued from the industry that exploit them.
Yeah, they are honestly sheep are so cute. Did you know as well they wag their tails when they're happy as well? So like if you so if you like stroke them like a doggy and tell them how cute they are, their tail wags. It's so sweet.
Check her out in the background.
People need to see happy chickens. I talked to that little girl the other day. She thought chickens were ugly.
Have a
Itching over
scratch.
there.
Yeah, look. How cute is she?
They're just like doggies and us.
So
Look
cute.
at these two fighting over a biscuit.
What other comments got here? When I was a carnivore, I had no idea the harm I was creating. We are programmed by our parents, teaching us what to eat, as were their parents. Once you wake
Hey, Bob. Thanks for being here.
up, you can't unsee the truth. Alicia, that is very, very well said. Absolutely, 100%.
That's so true.
100%.
And it's the world that conditions us. Actually, it's the industries that give you their bias of you need to eat animals to survive. You need protein from meat. You need calcium from cow's milk. Someone like you said you like an animal lover was eating animals like I was as well, and it's so unfair. These industries literally lie to our faces. They mug us off to make us pay for horrific, awful abuse and torture to these innocent, sweet individuals. It's terrible. It's absolutely awful. Kathy has just become
They just started carrying this at my grocery store. The Miyoko's scallion cream cheese. 3 grams of protein.
a member. Welcome to the team. Steve, thank you so much as well for your super thanks. Do you have merch, t-shirts and stuff like that? We have a website where we sell sunglasses, vegan vision sunglasses, animal rights messaging on.
Yeah, we also got gym wear as well, so hoodies and things like that on there. But the gym wear.
Yeah, but you're doing the best you can at the time that you're at the moment that you're in, right? So like, well, what are you supposed to do once you have them? The best thing to do is to just care for them, right? Because you don't know what other people are going to do with them if you give them to somebody else. Maybe you could give them to a sanctuary or something like that if you know they're going to treat them well. Or you just treat them well yourself. Show other people how to do that. You know, tell your story. This is, I got them for this reason, but now I'm going to keep them for this reason. I think that's respectable. Like I kind of said about my dog, I didn't go around looking and trying to get a dog, but I saw the post. I was in a situation where I knew I could help the lady and the dog. So I reached out and learned a little bit more about the situation, and then I felt like if I didn't take her, I would have been doing something wrong, because if I didn't take her, she would have been in a worse position, and that lady would have been in a worse position, and the other dogs that were there would have been in a worse position. So by rescuing the dog from that situation, I was helping multiple dogs and her and the people. and also helping myself too at the time. So I don't think it's not like I was doing it because I was being selfish. I mean, I was considering everyone. I was trying to consider everyone I could in that situation. And it sounds like you're doing that too with your chickens. So I wouldn't be afraid to show that, you know? I think other people need to see that.
Is running out, and we're heading more towards the sunglasses as they've been the most popular. So that is what we're doing with all
I got
that.
all my recycling.
Yeah.
Just saying hi to everybody.
Yeah, hello
Hi,
everyone coming in the room.
Kathy, hi Mercy, love to see such beautiful sentient beings enjoying biscuits. Yeah.
Muslim
Oh,
girl, how you doing?
look.
Oh, look at her. Hello, little angels.
Hi.
Are you okay? We
They're
have got
so
more.
now
We have got
so
more biscuits,
sweet.
but we'll just
Oh,
give you a break.
look, she's
We'll give you a little break. If you guys could see what we got
And then the
underneath the
glass.
tripod right now, you're so gorgeous.
Aww. Why are these sheep still? Because they're itching. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, you're so jelly. You're
Yeah,
so cuddly.
absolutely. These are the lucky ones. These are the lucky ones because unlike... Hello. Hi.
Yeah, unlike animals on farms, which is where they would have come from, they are only viewed as profit. Oh, you're so cute.
You're not a prophet, are you? You're a
so
somebody.
cute. So I'm just distracted by her
somebody.
super cute face.
Yeah.
As she walks away in a minute, you'll see that she hasn't got a tail. Oh, look at her. Yeah, so she's only got that little bit on the back of her. Sheep are actually supposed to have really long tails like dogs, but farmers, what they do is they either cut their tail off or they put a really tight elastic band around their tail so the blood flow stops to the end of their tail, so the tail drops off.
She's having a great time down there.
She's living her best life.
Is that not working? Shit.
Oh, I just got a touch on my tummy. Are you giving everyone
look.
a show?
So who thinks sheep just look angelic? I think that sheep is what.
You've been here before, Bob, right? I think I recognize your name. Have you seen the Humane Hancock video? I think we might watch that next real quick and talk about that a little bit.
Like the vision of an angel to me. I think they just
Yeah.
look so gorgeous.
They really are. Let's see her wagging her tail then.
I gotta do some of my microgreen work though too, so do that while I'm reacting to the other videos. Hold on, let me get my light set up so it's a little easier to see me. There we go.
Bless her.
Aww. So many people just see like sheep like as like
A collective.
yeah. They don't really
Look at
look
him.
sheep as
He's
an
scratching.
individual, but when you really get to know like sheep, you like like this particular sheep likes cuddles. This one likes to rub themselves on the tree to scratch their itches away. Scratch their itches away? Is that even a
Yeah,
word?
that's right. I think that's right.
Scratching, scratching, scratching.
Did you get your itch? Did you scratch your itch away?
I'd now
Is
like
that
to
all better?
cuddle.
You have humans here.
That
We will
was
do that for
lovely.
you. We
What
will
would you
do
like
that
to
for
say
you.
to everybody?
I want to pet him. I want to pet
Please
him.
leave me alone, and all the others like me, because we just want to live in peace.
Yeah. So she's lucky she was rescued from you if you're not vegan. It's the reality,
Yeah.
isn't it?
What is it,
Rescued
Nova?
from those who exploit her.
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
he's so cute. How could anybody hurt animals? Like, how could anybody get a knife and cut an animal's throat?
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Look at her. She's literally the cutest. Just adorable.
Any trolls in here or anyone who currently funds the industries that exploit these animals, what sort of justifications
out their
are you
chat.
using, or what excuses are you using to continue to do this to them? Like, can you not see the subjective experience they're having? Can you not
Benji.
see that, you know, they want to avoid any harm? They went over, had a little itch and a scratch, and they're, you know, how are you justifying hurting these baby animals? Kathy's put, these sheep are safe.
What? You wanna go for a walk? Gotta do my microgreen stuff first. Then we'll go. I need your collar to charge. Alright, let's watch Humane Hancock's video. Yeah, why veganism doesn't actually matter. He added
I once thought that veganism
he added the end part in. I don't think that was on there before. So now it says explained by a vegan. So at least he's telling people that he's vegan in the title now. I think a lot of people thought that he wasn't vegan anymore. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. He's like, wait a minute. Everybody's taking it the wrong way. Yeah, it's only 9 minutes.
was blowing up, and I dedicated my life to it. But then I saw this graph, showing that the number of vegans has remained flat for...
Yeah, let's actually look at this. That doesn't actually look flat, does it? It looks like it's actually going up. If you look at the last couple here, I don't know, it kind of looks like it's trending up. Meat eaters, looks like it might be down a little, just a little. And if it is up a little, it's only up a little. But flexitarians, looks like that's going down. It's hard for me to tell which one's which. Vegetarians, looks like it's this line. Which, it obviously, it peaked in 2021. Meat eating was at the lowest, was high. But yeah, I would say we can do better. I think so. I think it does account for the population increase. I think if it didn't account for the population increase, it would be more of a increase, you know? But I think there's like the number of vegans is going up, but the percentage, I think that's why it's kind of flat, because, or just a small percentage increase. Even just a small percentage increase is a lot more as the population's growing. There's more and more and more vegans for sure. But the percentage isn't increasing as quickly as it should be. And that means we just need more active vegans. That's really what that means.
For years, and this led me to an uncomfortable realization. A realization that veganism doesn't actually matter. I'm going to explain the 3 reasons why I changed my mind about veganism, and why, despite all of this, I am still vegan today. The first reason might be the most counterintuitive. Going vegan isn't the best way to help animals. And this might feel surprising, because veganism has been the face of the modern animal movement. To understand why veganism isn't the best way to help animals, I need to tell you about my father. He's been a slaughterhouse worker for as long as I can remember. He was brought into that industry as a child by his own father. And so it's safe to say that we disagree about a lot of things. I mean, you should see the confusion on his face when he's sitting in front of a vegan.
Yeah, I realize I'm muted. Hold on. What? Do you think that that affects his viewpoints on things? Like his family was kind of on one extreme, and then he's kind of going to the other extreme. You know what I mean?
Vegan meal.
Mushrooms, it's like a yucky.
And so he's not going vegan anytime soon. But even with my dad, someone who's been part of the meat industry their entire life, there are places where we agree. Like if there were a vote on whether or not to ban factory farming, I'm pretty sure my dad would vote to ban it. And if my slaughterhouse working father would be in favour of a major goal in the animal movement, then you'd think that the animal movement would be huge. But here's the problem. When your movement is built around a major lifestyle change, one that many people find hard, you keep your movement small. We need to have as many people as possible pushing for a better world for animals. And by having veganism as the bar to entry to the movement, we are missing out on so many people who would support our goals, but who don't feel able to make this lifestyle change. And I don't think the biggest gains for animals will come from getting individuals to go vegan anyway. It'll come from changing institutions. The environmental movement learned this years ago. Do you remember when the advice was to take shorter showers? Now it's all about pressuring governments and corporations. And likewise, I don't think the animal movement
Sorry. I keep muting because Nova was barking. But if you want to support the industries, if you want to support like the Humane League is a really good company that puts pressure on the industries. So you just copy and paste and send emails and things like that. So that's not that hard if you do want to do that and target the industries. But you can also just take shorter showers too. You can do both things. You know what I mean? You don't have to just do one or the other. It might be easier. You're already taking showers. So if the easiest thing to start with is just taking shorter showers, just do that. And then if you want to do more, put pressure on the industries with the Humane League. That's not that hard. It takes a couple minutes. But there's other ways that you can be active too, and you can do both things. You don't have to just do one or the other.
focus should be on lowering our harm footprints. It should be about dealing with the problem as best we can. I think this will make more sense once you've seen piece 2 in this video. But even as individuals, going vegan is just not the best thing you can do. An organisation called FarmKind calculated how much someone would need to donate to have the same impact as going vegan. The answer? Just $23 per month. FarmKind directs people's donations.
So that's interesting. We'll have to check that out. Clicking too much stuff here. What was the link he said here? FarmKind. We can look at that.
FarmKind calculated how much someone would need to donate to have the same impact as going.
Starting with an omnivore diet. So I actually saw, it was on one of the vegan outreach pamphlets that I have, on the back, it only says that people will save like 35 animals a year. So a lot of vegans are out there saying 100 to 300 animals. This other pamphlet's only saying like 35. Now that might only mean mammals. So the other 100, 200, or whatever could be fish, right? Or even birds. I think maybe birds might not even be included on that. So it looks like this does include fish, shrimp, chickens. So, well, maybe we'll have to check it out. But like, why can't you be vegan and also donate 20 bucks to them and save more animals? Like, you can do both things. I don't know if, like, why would you support something like this and then go buy animal products? Like, that wouldn't make any sense. So, like, what is he, I don't really understand what he's trying to say.
Going vegan? The answer? Just $23 per month. Farmkind directs people's donations to highly effective charities like Shrimp Welfare Project, where for every dollar donated, around 1,500 animals are spared from suffocating to death.
So why don't you just donate right to them? Just go to them, donate straight to them, and you'll save way more animals than anyone else ever have. But it's shrimp. But like, does that justify going and buying animal products? No. Like, what is he? Is that what, like... like, that's great. Bring these type of charities to the light. Let people see this stuff and let people donate and save more animals. But why is he like bashing veganism and using these things to like bash it? It's really, yeah, exactly, it is. It's like the marshmallow thing all over again.
Death. That is wild. But the main point I'm trying to make here is that the way we use our money can actually impact far more animals than our consumption choices. Now, if you're not vegan, I really hope this video is...
But that's what living vegan is about. So be mindful where you put your money. If you have extra money and you want to donate to some charities, you can save more animals. But when you're buying food that you have to buy already, just buy the plant-based products and the vegan products. You have to buy that stuff. You have to eat food. You don't have to donate to other charities. But if you have the extra money, then maybe you should. Like, if I was super rich, I would be donating to a lot of charities and saving a lot of animals, but I don't have the money to do that right now. But I have to eat. I have to go to the grocery store. I'm gonna go later today. But yeah, I'm not gonna donate to a sanctuary and then go buy animal products. It's exactly like what Tabrizi was saying.
Isn't just making you feel better about not doing anything. I mean, imagine if someone took your pet dog or cat and put them into a chamber where they were unable to breathe. Imagine them squealing and panicking for up to a minute before they fall unconscious. Now, you would probably be willing to spend huge sums of money to prevent them from experiencing that. But we must recognize that it's not less bad if the same thing is experienced by other animals. And that is how most pigs die. But at the start of this video, I didn't just merely make the claim that veganism might not be the most impactful thing to do. I went further than that. I made a way stronger claim that veganism doesn't actually matter. Now, to understand what I mean, we need to look at an often misunderstood distinction, and one that I think has big implications for veganism. It's the distinction between intrinsic and instrumental value. Something has intrinsic value if it matters in and of itself. For example, if someone is experiencing torture, then that is intrinsically bad. The experience itself matters. But something can also have instrumental.
Yeah, it is. It's super cheap and super easy to be vegan. I'm gonna go to the grocery store later. I'm gonna live stream it, so hopefully there's some people in there that can learn. But yeah, when I stream on my laptop, I don't get many views. I wonder if it's because of the device. When I stream on my phone, I think it does something with the algorithm where it puts it in front of more people. But maybe it's because I'm using Streamlabs and I'm not using YouTube directly. Maybe that has something to do with it, but I don't really know. But I'll find out later when I do a similar stream off my phone. Yeah, vertical. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try later. Most people that view my content are on a mobile device, so I think but you can watch this stream sideways on a mobile device. But I think most people are probably going through the vertical feed. But yeah, we'll figure it out. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Value. It can be valuable because of the effect it has on something that intrinsically matters. Think of money. A $100 bill isn't good itself, it's just paper. But we can use it to affect things that actually matter. Or think of the economy. The economy doesn't matter in and of itself, it matters because it affects human well-being. But people often confuse the means for the ends. We start prioritizing money or economic growth, even at the cost of people's lives. And I think the same thing can happen with veganism. We can lose track of the fact that veganism doesn't actually matter in and of itself. It is a strategy for affecting the thing that matters, which is animal suffering. But over time, we might start to confuse the means for the ends. We can start becoming hyperfixated on being the perfect vegan rather than thinking about how to most effectively help animals. And I think this tendency to lose track of this distinction can be invisible and really sneak up on us. Maybe we don't identify as animal activists, we identify as vegan activists, as the vegan movement. The strategy becomes part of the identity. Maybe forgetting that veganism is actually just one strategy to affect the thing that matters, and it might not even be the best one, so we shouldn't base our identity around it. And so if you realize that what matters isn't veganism, it's the experiences of sentient beings, you also come to realize something else.
He said that, like, that makes my brain hurt. He said that veganism doesn't work or doesn't matter. It's the sentient beings, but isn't that what veganism is? That's a little confusing.
Else. Veganism is too narrow in its circle of concern, because the vast majority of animals on Earth aren't farmed animals. They're...
But veganism doesn't mean specifically farm animals. I know most people concentrate on the farm animals, but that's just because that's the easiest place to start. That most people are already supporting that, so start there and then go on and then try to improve in other areas, but yeah.
Wild animals. I think we have a tendency to romanticize nature and the lives of wild animals, but actually they've got it really tough. I mean, human civilization is kind of built on getting us away from the harsh realities of nature. We didn't always have vaccinations or treatment for the most painful diseases. People didn't always get support when they fell and broke their leg. And most animals are still stuck in that situation that we've happily escaped from. And look, we should care about animal suffering, even if we're not sure what we can do about it yet. We shouldn't trivialize the suffering of any animal.
Most wild animals aren't out there walking around on broken legs, though.
Even if they're in a forest rather than a farm, and even if we didn't cause it ourselves. But if this idea seems really weird to you, you should check out this video I made specifically as an introduction to the subject of wild animal welfare. So, with all that said, why am I still vegan? Well, there are a few different reasons. First, all else being equal, going vegan still reduces suffering. I don't think it makes sense for me to prioritize the mild sensory pleasure I get from eating animal products over the far more intense suffering that it causes. And it signals to others around me that there's something wrong with the way we're eating. And lastly, by being vegan at every meal.
Well, it is the flesh of an animal, so we should see it like that.
I'm reinforcing my commitment to taking animal suffering seriously. So I'm not here to tell you that you shouldn't be vegan. By being vegan over your lifetime, you're going to spare a lot of animals from experiencing something terrible. Those consequences are real. It's honestly one of the best decisions I've ever made. But I am here to say that veganism isn't actually what matters. What matters is animal suffering. And veganism is one method to impact that. and there is a lot less pain in this world because of it. But if we really want the world to be a safe place for animals, we have to think bigger than our harm footprint. And we have to avoid losing track of the fact that veganism is a means, it's not the end. We have to stay focused on impact, not purity or consistency. And maybe that means donating to effective charities. Maybe it means getting more involved with the movement. Maybe it means being open to strategies that feel uncomfortable, or unfamiliar, or unpopular. Like, I don't know what exactly we should be doing when we realise that we're living in the middle of something that future generations will probably look back on with horror. But I do know we need more resources, more charities, more ideas, more discussions, and more people. People like you, willing to act on something you already know to be true. Even in a world that doesn't give a fuck, animals care about what happens to them. And so should we.
Yeah, any thoughts? We should care more about wild animals. But most wild animals are just insects, though. So, yeah, if you gotta go, I'll see you later. Thanks for being here. I'm not sure who else is here. I think maybe a few people. I don't know who else is here, but if you want to go through ChatGPT, I asked it a question yesterday, basically about looking at animal rights from a biomass perspective. And this is what it said. The insect majority. You're right when we say for the animals. Most people picture cows, pigs, chickens, maybe fish. But if we zoom out and look at biomass, biodiversity, and sentience, insects dominate. And when it comes to raw numbers and indirect impact, they're the ones who get displaced, poisoned, or killed the most, largely by human land use. So some ways to reduce harm. The first thing it says, vegan. Avoid animal tested products. Living minimally and consciously, which I mean, that makes sense, right? First thing should be living vegan. It's the easiest thing to do. Support rewilding, reforestation. Donate to rewilding organizations. Here's a few. Plant some flowers. There's simple things that you can do that will make a big impact. You can do all these things at once. Regenerative veganic systems, monocrop systems, rely on pesticides. Look into veganic or beyond organic farming methods. They avoid animal-based fertilizers. And they reduce tilling, which kills insects and worms. So there's a lot of stuff you could do that's easy. Turn your lights off at night. Replace some of your grass. I actually thought about that before. Maybe I'll do that. And then look at other product. Avoid buying other plant-based products that have a high insect toll. Palm oil. Almonds, bananas, even cotton can be worse than you think. So just when you're buying things like that, try to be more mindful about it. That's all. But it's impossible. It probably says it down here. It's impossible. You can't be perfect, you know, but you just as long as you're being conscious about all your decisions, you know, just try to do the best you can. Just live more of like a minimalist lifestyle. Repair things instead of replacing them. Buy secondhand stuff. Yeah, all this follows vegan first. The easiest thing to do is just to live vegan, and then do all these other things after that. I mean you can do a lot of people actually do a lot of this stuff before they're even vegan. If you actually think about it, some of these things, I did some of these things before I was vegan. But I mean, all it takes is typing a prompt into ChatGPT, or even just talking to it, having it spit out a list of things you can do, and go plant some flowers and turn your lights off at night. Boom, you're saving a lot of lives. Like, if that's really what is important to you, if you really want to save more insects and things like that, it's not that hard. You're not going to be able to save all of them, right? But so yeah, here's the final thought. You cannot cause harm. You can't not cause harm, right? You can't not cause harm. But you can reduce unnecessary harm and use your life to create ripples of awareness and change. And we're already doing that by asking these questions. So when we're asking these questions, and then we're doing some of these simple things, we're leading by example, which I think is a big part of this. That's what we have to do. But it starts with living vegan. And it's easy to add all these other things on at any time. Yeah, why not try as much as possible? Exactly. But don't beat yourself up about it, like, But I think when you're buying animal products and you're paying those industries, that's like the worst thing you can do. If you leave your light on out back and a couple bugs die, it sucks. It might have been better if you turned the light off and they didn't die, but at least you're not turning the light on and attracting them and then going out there and killing them all with a fly swatter or something. That's kind of what you're doing when you're paying for animal products and you're paying those industries. You're demanding that, and they're gonna do it more. So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like, just imagine. Who was saying it yesterday? Oh, I was watching, I think it was on Jeremy's stream. He was reacting to some people's videos. No, it was Haas. It was Haas Vegan yesterday. In his stream, he was talking about gnats attracting a bunch of, or fruit flies, attracting a bunch of fruit flies, and then clapping and killing them all, and then eating them. And somebody was like, well, yeah, once you eat them, then it's okay. Like, it was so crazy. He was like, no, you shouldn't attract all the fruit flies and then try to kill them. But then Haas was like, well, I'm going to eat them. He was like, well, there's intent behind that, so it's okay then. You're intending to eat them, so now there's a reason. It's so crazy talking to people like that. But yeah, that was the first thing it said about insects. And then I thought this was interesting when I asked it to show how the total amount of animals, including all the other animals that are wild and insects, and this shows you how it kind of breaks down. Yeah, if you make a purpose for their death, then it's okay. But like doing it for fun wasn't enough. But like when you did it for eating, then it was okay, even though it's not necessary. You just eat something else. But yeah, check out some of these numbers. I forget what the MTC stands for, but livestock is like 100, poultry is like 5. So that's 105 for the farmed animals. 7, 2, 12 for the wild animals, mammals, birds, and fish. But then insects and invertebrates are like over 1,000. And then hundreds more for like worms and stuff like that. So I mean that's where all the wild animals are. Arthropods. And then yeah. Would shrimp would be an invertebrate, right? Is that what would shrimp be down under here, you think? So why it's misleading though? The intent behind the statistic matters. If someone is trying to downplay the scale of animal farming, pointing out the insect biomass can distract from the suffering of the 70 billion land animals farmed every year. The ethical concern vegans raise is mostly about sentient vertebrate animals, not biomass of worms or krill. So yeah, krill must be in there too. You're right to point out that insects were missing from the infographic because they are the biggest portion of the animal biomass and crucial to understanding the full picture, but it's also important to contextualize these numbers when talking about ethics, suffering, and environmental impact, where farmed animals dominate. There was I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it here. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna do some work on my microgreens. We can watch another video here. If you wanna watch anything specific, drop a link. We can watch some new activists that I just found out about the other day. Oh, Haas and Gary are on right now. Let's watch this.
And for one meal, I was passing through town for one meal. This is how ridiculous meat eaters are. They can't even have one meal sometimes without an exported being on the plate. And I explained to them too before I stormed out. You had 364 days this year. You could have eaten whatever you wanted to eat. Gary's in town for one day, and it was my birthday on top of it. And you decided to order dead animals at the table. Meat eaters are the ones that are unreasonable.
Well, you see
Meat
this
eaters
thing.
are the, yeah.
I was gonna say, so you see this thing on like Reddit sometimes where there's like a vegan wedding or like a couple who wants to have a vegan wedding, and then they're like, you know, a lot of times the commenters are saying that they're unreasonable, they shouldn't push their views on others. It's like, and then the people, there have been, this topic has been raised about.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Say hi to the chickens for me. I'm probably only going to be on a little bit longer here, and then I'll take a quick break, and then I'll be back on later. I'm going to walk the dog and then go to the grocery store and stream on my phone. So if you want to come back later for that, it'll be in a couple hours. So cool. See ya.
About the non-vegans like meeting up before the wedding and like eating because they don't want to just eat like leaves and stuff like that. And then of course, I'm sure they get to the wedding and they see all this amazing food, you know, curries and different things like that.
And these people are living in fantasy land thinking that vegan food isn't delicious. And listen, there could be bad vegan food just like there's bad meat. Don't act like we didn't eat meat for most of our lives. There were nasty pizza joints I went to over the years, nasty hamburger places, bad hot dog joints. All of a sudden, the meat eaters got this bar set so high that every piece of vegan food has to make their knees buckle and they have to pass out from delight. My God, sometimes you have a bad veggie burger. Don't take it out on veggie burgers. Maybe you need to go to a new place that has a really good veggie burger. If food is made to taste good, and vegan food obviously is delicious at most of the time, what is the problem with it? These people are just stubborn again. They're selfish and stubborn and closed-minded, and they want to throw it on us. Talk about gaslighting. They make us seem like we're unreasonable and demanding, when every single meal of their lives has to involve a dead animal or something that came from a dead animal.
But Gary, tell me this, like when you smell like flesh cooking, I'm not talking about like the seasonings cooking and stuff like that, but wouldn't you agree that there's always this either like heavy or even undercurrent kind of just smell of like death? Like I can smell like if somebody's eating, like I don't know if I used to just be unaware of this, but I swear, like, it's not a matter of taste for me in any capacity. Like, if I'm eating somewhere, like sometimes I'll eat at Chipotle, and you know they're just mixing stuff sometimes at like rush hour, and it's possible that a piece of animal gets.
If there's anyone in here, what do you think about that? I kind of feel the same way when I have roommates that will cook in here sometimes, and it's like I can't take the smell. I'll go outside or something if it smells in here.
It's into like my sofritas, tofu thing, and if I actually like start to chew on that, I immediately like my mouth just shrivels up, and I'm like, this is disgusting. It's like an immediate gag reflex.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I smell death all the time. I'm driving down the same roads you are. I pass the KFC, the smell of fucking murdered chickens. It's outrageous that people become immune to it. And that's what's so bizarre. And that's what happens.
KFC, kill fewer chickens. Kill fewer chickens. Kill more plants. But only necessarily.
Become immune to the smell of death and fear and torture. And as you kind of pointed out, it's the only reason people like meat, they don't actually like meat. Here's another regret I have in my Georgia Tech speech. I said, name me 2 words why people eat meat. Why? Like, tastes good. I wish I could go back and change it because it doesn't taste good. If I killed a chicken in front of any heavy meat eater and said, go ahead, eat it, they'd say, you must be crazy. You better fry it, bake it, put some oil on it, right? Put it between 2 slices of bread, lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles, mustard, ketchup, whatever. They're doing everything to mask the disgusting taste of flesh. So people don't like the way meat tastes. They like the way it's prepared. And that's why vegan mock meats can taste so good. They just prepare it the same way. Although I'm way past that stage. I don't know if you want to talk about it. I gave up all the vegan junk food a little more than 10 years ago. In fact, I've been frugivore.
I see your
first
bananas.
time. Yeah, I've been frugivore for this entire week. I'm doing the 30 bananas a day and 4 cucumbers. And I got to tell you,
Wait a minute, we just talked about that. Bananas. That was one of the top things on the list where they use a lot of pesticides and resources. So 30 bananas a day, that's killing a lot of insects. If you want to look at it that way. If you want to eat fruit, there's probably other fruit that would kill less insects. But I don't think bananas are really that good for you compared to some of the other fruit. I guess they're just cheap. But there's other fruit I think you can eat and you'll get better, more antioxidants, and more nutrition, more fiber. But yeah.
Feel fantastic. But I was already eating really clean for the last 10 years. I did a podcast last week with Dr. Douglas Graham, my favorite doctor, the OG. He's been vegan for almost 50 years. And he even made fun of my clean diet, which was based on less than 10 grams of fat. He wanted me to get the cooked food out. So I said, all right, I've always wanted.
Less than 10 grams of fat is not healthy. I would not recommend that at all. I would not recommend less than, I think 20 grams is like the minimum. But you should be eating more healthy fats than that. A lot of nuts and seeds. Like, if you're not eating any fat at all, make sure that you're not eating excess carbs. But I mean, he's seems kind of small, so I don't know if he probably doesn't eat that much in general, like calorie wise, not a lot of calories. But I don't know. He's not a nutrition guy, so.
Wanted to be frugivore, and I gotta tell you, I feel fantastic, and it's so simple.
You know, Gary, I did a raw diet a few years ago for maybe like 3 months, and in the past, I was on the banana train as well. More when I was doing like marathon running, training, that kind of stuff. I never quite got to 30 bananas a day. I maybe was at like 12 to 15 a day. Would just kind of crush them into my Vitamix. I had trouble actually just eating that much, but if I blended them up, I was able to consume a lot more.
That's what I'm doing too, by the way. I'm doing 2 smoothies with 15 bananas each.
Wow. But yeah, nowadays I avoid like oils as much as possible.
Deadly. Oils are deadly. So quickly, I'm big on.
Oils are deadly? That's debatable. Some oils are definitely, but there's other extra virgin olive oil. There's a lot of research out there that shows a lot of benefits. So you got to be careful just saying that oil's bad. But I understand why he says it. He doesn't eat any fat.
I think I figured it out. This is Gary's personal epidemiological study, although Dr. Doug Graham will back me up on this. I think John McDougall will back me up. But I started seeing some old-time vegans getting sick recently, and I was wondering, hey, what's going on? I thought we were supposed to be immune to this stuff. And I started looking for the common denominator, the link between meat eaters and vegans still. Now, of course, I went to sugar, and sugar's horrible. You need to get rid of it. But that wasn't it, because I know meat eaters that don't eat sugar. And I know vegans that don't eat sugar. So I'm running down the list. Salt, well, no, I know people don't eat salt. Fat. Every vegan and every meat, dairy, and egg eater consumes excessive amounts of fat. This is my belief, the cause of all of our diseases, the main cause. Think about it.
So he said excess fat. That's the thing. Most of the diseases are caused by excess much. No matter what your diet is, just don't eat too much of either one, or too little. You have to have You have to have fat.
This actually went to the grocery store after I figured this out. I looked up Crisco oil, nasty Crisco, all the way to high-end avocado. They're all the same, 14 grams of fat per tablespoon. Now name me one person on this planet that uses 1 tablespoon of oil. Bullshit, yeah. They start off turning the bottle over. There's 80 to 100 grams of fat. You had the meat fat, you had the Beyond Meat burger fats, all the vegan junk food stuff. People are consuming 200, 300, 400 grams of fat per day. I'm telling you, this is the root.
Yeah, that's too much. I wouldn't eat more than 150 grams of fat in a day. That's kind of on the high end. So yeah, 200, 300 grams of fat, that's too much. Same thing with carbs though. If you're eating 200, 300, 400 grams of carbs, that's probably too much. So you have to balance it out.
Yeah, so, I think you also have to look at the composition of the fat though. Like, there's, I'm not a fan of adding oils to anything. I'm a fan of them in their natural state, like in an avocado, in a walnut, that kind of thing. But, the fat, like in palm oil, for example, or coconut oil, is much more saturated than the fat in something like canola or olive or sunflower oil. But yeah, I'm not a fan of adding oil to anything. I haven't eaten gluten.
Coconut oil is the most saturated fat oil that there is. That's in most of the vegan products. So yeah, you want to limit coconut oil. That's for sure.
In a few years either. But yeah, I eat like mostly raw, mostly fruit. I think I kind of go with the seasons a little bit too. Like in the winter, I kind of crave something a little more like warm and savory, I guess. That's kind of where I struggled with the raw thing. Is at night I would always crave like something kind of like, like a red peppery, basil-y, pesto-y kind of something like that.
I wouldn't recommend more than 20 grams of fat per day. I'm usually not even close. Now the only fat I'm getting is the hemp protein powder for the banana smoothie. So I'm doing about 6 or 7 grams of fat. I don't think we need excessive amounts for sure. And the whole foods we should be eating too, right? I find it hysterical that one of our mantras, every vegan tells a non-vegan, you should eat fruits and vegetables. And then vegans never eat fruits and vegetables, for crying out loud. Eat your fruits and vegetables that you're telling other people to eat. But before I did this frugivore thing, my breakfast was 1 cup of barley and a half a cup of green lentils, or a cup of barley and a can of beans, all low fat. Lunch was 10 to 15 pieces of fruit, usually in a smoothie, and dinner was 5 or 6 different vegetables. And I really dig that new product by Big Mountain. It's the fava bean tofu, soy-free, fat-free, 0 grams of fat, 64 grams of protein. That I really felt great on that, but I even feel greater just doing the banana stuff.
Yeah, it is quite. There is quite like a food culture, I guess. In some, I guess, vegan or plant-based, and I say plant-based not because I'm trying to make it marketable, but because I doubt the veracity of the veganism of some of these people. But there's like more of a junk food culture. But yeah, I think. And
by the way, that's fine. For the record, I'm not the health police. I don't care what you eat as long as it's vegan. You want to eat Ruffles, potato chips all day long, and Mike and Ike's, go for it. At least no animal has to suffer and die. I just want to help people who are in this for the long haul, and we all should be. I'm telling you, eventually, you're not going to feel good eating Beyond Meat all the time and Ruffles potato chips. You need to eat some healthy, wholesome food. And I want us to also look the part. I got to be honest, and I know you know this, we live in a superficial world. We have to look the part, look the healthy vegan. And that's one thing I always got complimented on. I'm always working out too every single morning. When I walk in the class, I'm like, oh man, I never saw a vegan look so good.
Mm. I don't know. You guys think he really looks that good? I mean, he doesn't look unhealthy, but like I said earlier, I mean, he probably calorie restricts a little or something like that. Thanks for being here. Now I just see Some more people popping in. I was just about to take a break for a second. Hey, Pia. I'll be right back. All right, back. Hello. How's it going, everybody? Who else is in here? Oh, everybody's gone. Yeah, Haas and Gary are
And like
streaming
bullshit.
now.
Yes, you have. Stop saying that all your preconceived notions, but I had to, maintain this level of healthiness so people would listen more. I was willing to do it. I do like working out, but in my head, as they said this, I'm like, yeah, I really like getting up at 4 a.m. to be at the gym at 5 this morning, just so you would listen to me more. But I would do it, and I always did it for the animals.
Yeah, I think about the idea of like the food culture and things like that. I think part of the thing with food is that it kind of reminds us of our traditions, and I think that that's really comforting for people. I think like there's something to be said for the idea of identity and like social belonging, and I think that's maybe largely responsible for the people like explaining how maybe some people can go ex-vegan. It's like, even if they were involved in like the so-called vegan community and things like that, I feel like you either kind of need to be like obsessed about it and really driven by this kind of like fire, or alternately you just have to kind of like make a logical connection where it just seems nonsensical for you to not be vegan. But it's just interesting. I've analyzed this idea up and down of like people going not vegan, like becoming not vegan anymore, and I don't get it really.
I don't know why people want to fit in so much. I've spent the last 29 years trying to fit out. The crowd will get you killed. I don't know why people want to follow the crowd. The crowd, for the most part, not even for the most, the crowd has never been on the right side of a social justice issue. It's always been a small group of people trying to convince everybody else not to do.
Hey, Pia. Good morning. Is it morning there? It's morning here. Where are you from? I don't know if I don't remember where you're from. Sorry if you already told me once.
Do something horrible to somebody else. I don't know why people succumb to peer pressure so easily, but they do. We're just weak-minded. We really are. And again, we claim to know right from wrong, claim to be moral agents, and then all of a sudden we're faced with the world's biggest moral choice and people ignore it. Well, I'd rather hang out with my friends and my family. Well, you know what? I'd rather not hang out with my friends and my family.
I'd rather hang out with my dog and her friends. Maybe my brother sometimes. But animals are the best, in my opinion.
They're going to be vicious and vile. I don't want to sit around these people. It's hard for me to look at people that aren't vegan too. And these are, listen, I have plenty.
So, for the people that are here, I started my microgreen business before I was vegan. And I started farming plants. But not only was I just farming the plants, I wanted everything to be compostable. So I found a company that makes these moisture absorbers that I can put in the bottom of my package. that's compostable, and I have my packaging. It's plastic, right? But it's made from plants, and it's commercially compostable. It's by Eco Products, but made from plants, and then I put my plants in it, and I sell them at the farm. I give them to another lady. She sells them at the farmer's market right now, testing the market. But I started this before I was even vegan, and I did it in mind with like zero waste, organic. I do use cocoa coir for the medium, but it's organic, more sustainable than what other people use. But I would like to find a better supplier, because I've gotten it from a couple different people. Spain, very cool, very cool. From Denmark, nice. Gonna sneeze. Excuse me.
Plenty of non-vegan acquaintances at the gym I hang out with. I like talking to them. But as soon as as soon as I'm leaving the gym, I'm thinking, man, what is wrong with these people? And I try to talk to them and preach to them, and I reach some of them, others I don't. It's just really bizarre how people can be so close-minded and so cruel and so callous. I don't know. I don't know why we just love.
I think there's we know that there's this idea that's just perpetrated upon people of like the normal, natural, and necessary thing, and then by extension, veganism being portrayed as abnormal, unnatural, unnecessary. I'm wondering, when it comes to having this wave of change actually realized in the world, if you think that we stand to benefit from non-vegans doing any kind of like pro-animal advocacy. I know, like, for example, with the environmental movement, it used to be, turn off your lights when you're not using them and take shorter showers. And now it's more like,
we were just talking about that earlier too. Those kinds of actions you can do before you're vegan or after you're vegan. It doesn't make up for not being vegan though, right? And it kind of relates to Humane Hancock's video. Like, if you are vegan, you probably shouldn't just stop at the farmed animals, right? We should also consider the wild animals. But that just means being more conscious about other purchases that you make too. And environmental things like that. Take shorter showers, reuse things, recycle things, repair things instead of buying new. Turn your lights off at night to save the insects' lives. Plant some flowers in your backyard. So Gary came back because he needs money, not him. Sorry, let me say that better. A sanctuary that he's been going to for 30 years is in a bad situation, and he's come back to get money for that sanctuary. So I kind of feel a little weird about it, because he's not necessarily coming back fighting for the animals. It seems to me like he's coming back because that farm needs money. Do you know what I mean? Like, even though it's like he's got a good mindset behind it, hopefully, like, he's trying to help the animals, but it's very selfish, I think, too, because most of the time when I see him asking for money, he's asking for money just for that farm. I have seen him say a couple times that you should also donate to your local sanctuaries, which that's kind of what I had a problem with when I first heard him saying donate money to this farm. I thought, why isn't he also telling people to donate to their own local sanctuaries? Because I think we should be doing that. If we all did that, it would help everywhere. Not necessarily but he like popped up on everyone's channel and he was like Sasha Farms, Sasha Farms, Sasha Farms. So it seemed a little like, why, he needed that farm to be in that situation for him to come back. So that's just why it just seems a little weird to me.
People kind of doing pressure campaigns on the so-called
Yeah, I agree. If people care about the environment, the best way to do that is just to start living vegan. That's super easy to do, and it makes a huge impact.
decision makers, kind of like the legislators and companies, things like that. I'm wondering if you think, if non-vegans have any role in animal rights, like not necessarily vegan activism, but like anything that would help animals. And maybe if you could even speak to...
Yeah, he probably turned thousands of people vegan. So I'm not trying to hate on him. Like, I just, I follow the money in every situation. I'm always looking at the money. And it just, he wants money for that farm, which I don't blame him. If I was in that situation, I'd probably do the same thing. So, I'm not saying don't donate to the Sasha Farms. If you have the means, donate to them, but also donate to your local sanctuaries too. That's all I would add on. That's all I'm saying. But I'm glad he's back. I'm glad he's with AV. I like AV too. So we need activists like him. Like, I'm not hating on him. I think some of his stuff can turn some people the wrong way, but no, I think we need people like that. Yeah, no. He's said multiple times that the money's not going to him; it's going to the farm. So, I'll take his word for that. I don't think he's doing it for himself. But you know what I mean, though. It's not like he just came back because he wants to come back and fight for the animals. It seems like that he was kind of, he feels like he has an obligation to try to help that farm out. But that's fine. I mean, I'm not trying to hate on that.
To welfareism.
They're not benefiting the animals when they tell us to buy a washer dryer that is more efficient.
If people do just take the money, then that's a problem. I definitely don't like that. Like, that's why I said, if you want to donate to me, I'm 100% transparent about it. You can see where my money goes. I got to add the donation I got yesterday on there.
These are so low on the list. They're less than 1% effective in doing anything. As you know, the biggest benefit to the environment would be destroying animal agriculture. And the environmental crowd, another large group of hypocrites claiming to care about the earth, but ignoring the world's worst agricultural crisis, the world's worst crisis, which is animal-based agriculture. And welfare is a horrible thing too. It just makes liberation harder. 2002, gestation crates were being banned in Florida. I lectured in Florida my whole entire lecture career, in Orlando and Miami, and I was the only activist in America saying, don't do this, this is going to make it harder. And for the next 2 years, and they were successful, they got gestation crates banned, but you know what, they were still killing pigs in Miami, still killing pigs in Orlando. And then when I went to the classes and explained injustice, they said, hey, I thought we could eat pigs now, you guys got rid of gestation crates. Now I got to explain more why. No, it's not okay to go to a free-range farm or a cage-free farm. It's not okay to buy local. That you're still missing the point of animal exploitation. And to be honest, if I were an evil person, and that's all a vegan, the animal rights movement wanted me to do was not buy pigs from a factory farm or not buy pigs from that were raised in a gestation crate, I'd say, wait, that's it? I can still eat pigs though? Okay, deal. And then when you came back next year to say, hey, can you stop eating pigs from the free range farm? I'd say, screw you. I just did what you wanted. Leave me alone. So this is why I always demanded animal liberation. The welfare crowd makes everything harder. It just diverts people to a different form of cruelty. And I'm not looking to change people's forms of cruelty. I want to eliminate the cruelty.
So Gary, if I could ask you, yeah, I totally understand the idea of not wanting to have to like move the goalposts and just tell them what the goal is initially. I'm wondering what you think about some forms of activism which involve, let's say, trying to get different slaughterhouses or kind of animal rearing operations penalized, like to try to get municipalities to enforce laws that these places might be breaking. Like I've heard of other activists kind of doing things where they're trying to like hit the companies in their wallet, kind of, or to get laws that are already on the books enforced.
The problem is if people don't understand why laws are passed, no one's going to enforce them, and no one's going
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he said some extreme things. Sometimes when you say all it takes is one thing you said 10 years ago, and it'll rub some people the wrong way, you know? But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think he's being genuine. Like if yeah, I mean, like if I had a lot of extra money, I would donate to him. But it probably wouldn't be the first place I would donate. I would donate to my local sanctuaries first. But I want to go. I haven't actually been to the one that I want to donate to, but I want to go check it out first. You know what I mean? I want to actually go there, meet the people, meet the animals, and then if I like it and like the situation, then I'll donate money there. Um, so yeah, so you guys can see. I want to be transparent with everything.
to follow them. If for some reason,
Like, does Gary have videos of Sasha Farms and him like with the animals and stuff? Like, I'm sure he does. He should be advertising that though. Like, here are the animals. Like, this animal. Meet this animal. You can help save this animal, kind of thing. You know what I mean? He's not like showing any of that stuff. It's just always his face everywhere.
Trump tomorrow banned the consumption of meat, do you think anybody would stop eating meat? And who would enforce it? I find it to be backwards. Stealing their babies.
Shit.
Or like with child abuse, for example.
I think some people would. Some people say that to me. They're like, well, if they made rules differently, and then if there weren't slaughterhouses, we would adapt. We would find other things.
Example, there are exceptions for genital mutilation. Child abuse.
This law passed for what? Time and who would enforce it? I find it to be backwards. Now, I'm not saying I don't want laws to be passed, but the laws need to be passed at the end of a movement. Because people used to say, oh, Gary, what about the 1964 Civil Rights Act? You mean after hundreds of years of protests, violent and nonviolent? You mean after all the legwork was put in, and then we realized, hey, we have to put this in writing that black people have a right to vote. You do it at the end. And the animal rights movement is always looking for a gimmick, shortcut, and that's all welfare is, a gimmick and a shortcut. And by the way, what kind of laws are they really violating? Because the Animal Welfare Act of 1966, which I used to show during my lectures during the Q&A session, it says that animals in the meat, dairy, and egg industry are not animals. So what was all the time and money they wasted in 1966 trying to get this law passed? For what? What's the point? What's the purpose? And then people thought, well, hey, there's an Animal Welfare Act. Animals are being cared for, Gary. The Animal Welfare Act says so. It just allows perpetrators to legally violate animals.
Yeah, and I think there's all.
And the labels too. The labels are recycled paper. Eco-friendly. So that's the whole package. Boop. right in the fridge.
Also, you know, what you say about the culture kind of needing to change first, I think is critical here, because people will carve out exceptions in the laws all the time. Like, to my knowledge, the laws forbidding like bestiality, for example, or even child abuse, will carve out exceptions for animal husbandry, or whatever it's called, animal agriculture, or food purposes, or like with child abuse, for example, there are exceptions for genital mutilation, which I
Yeah, you agree. Vegans can be feeling as many years of doing activism and people rejecting it anyway. Yeah, that's what Humane Hancock was talking about in his video. Also, how the percentage is flatlining. What's up, Axel? I think the number of vegans is growing, but so is the population, and they're just growing at the same rate, right? So I think all that means is we need more active vegans, which is actually something that Gary says all the time. We just need to be more active. And that'll get the percentage up.
I think that's also like kind of ridiculous to remove a body part from a baby
Next.
who has perfectly healthy tissue with no need to remove that tissue.
Are you talking about circumcision?
And that's what people call it.
Yeah.
But you know,
I think it's horrible too. By the way, no, that's definitely a complete violation. It's a sexual mutilation. Absolutely.
But it's ridiculous. Also, like in the U.S., how I've
Yeah, I say that too. I think humans are horrible. They are the worst. Especially like the guy I got into an argument with yesterday. Those people are the worst because they just justify anything. And he just smiles at me and said, my God allows me to sin, with a smile on his face. Like, dude, you're crazy.
I've heard vegans use this idea of, like, would you, talking about like legality, morality, that kind of thing, and refer to FGM, like female genital mutilation, happening in other countries, and say, like, if this is happening in their cultures, does that make it okay? But like, I don't get, I guess why men, boys are expected to just take it, just be like, this is a rite of passage. It's absolutely a violation.
It's back to this horrible argument of tradition. Tradition is one of the worst violators of justice on this planet, definitely against animals and against humans. Tradition should never be a justification, because why the hell do people think we used to know how to be ethical? A tradition would only work if it was ethical back then. And if you
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with everything he says either. But yeah, he's a good speaker. He gets a lot of people to think, But I don't think most humans are bad, or all humans are bad, but I think that we have the potential to be the worst. We can be worse than other animals, but I think most people are good and want to do good and want to be honest, and they want to be compassionate. But there are some people out there that are just horrible people, and they can be the worst. And some of these people are like running these big industries, and they just don't care about anything but money. Those are like some of the worst people. Yeah, I really, really don't like the title of that video. It's just super clickbaity. The first thing and the easiest thing to do is go vegan. And then if you want to worry about other things like turning your lights off at night so the bugs aren't dying, taking shorter showers and things like that, sure, do that too. But I don't, like, he was almost like bashing veganism in that video, and I think that's the completely wrong approach. I watched it earlier. You can go back in my stream and watch it. And then I actually went through ChatGPT and just like asked it a question, and it kind of broke it down a little bit more.
You're doing ethical things, and then people say, well, that's their tradition. That's our tradition. You mean clitorectomies are a tradition? It's always been a violation. It's always been horrid and vile and evil and wicked to do that to somebody. And I don't, it's making my brain melt, man. I just can't deal with the absurd reasons that people want to come up with to be mean and vicious and cruel to somebody else and to dominate them. And tradition, habit, convenience, all these are just more excuses. And I don't know why people can't make up an excuse to be kind.
To be kind, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I got into that argument about that guy yesterday. All he was doing was making excuses to justify horrible things. And I was just asking him, like, why can't you just look at it from the other perspective and try to use your God to justify compassion? He's using his God to justify murder and torture and rape. And then he was like, I can abuse animals because my God told me it's okay. It's not abuse because they're animals. Like, those people are super difficult. And I completely agree. As long as there's animal products still in the shops, there's not enough vegans. I think he made that video to attract non-vegans. But then he like confuses all these concepts together and way overcomplicates things. That's my perspective.
You know, I heard you say, I believe on James's live stream yesterday about how people don't use religion to justify being kind. It's always kind of
to be mean.
Yeah. On the topic of, I guess, men in general, I guess, I'm wondering, there's this whole idea of like eating animals and masculinity. And from the research I've seen, actually, vegan women are not immune to this kind of conditioning as well. You see I think you see more vegan women, for example, being willing to be in a relationship with a non-vegan man than, and I don't mean to be heteronormative here, but just, just to talk about the polarities here. You see that, I think, more than you see vegan men being willing to be in a relationship with a non-vegan woman.
I want to help women out because I've received thousands of emails in the last 29 years. Gary, how can I make my husband? How do I make my boyfriend vegan? Please help me. I showed him your speech and it still didn't work. Now, if you could watch my speech or you can watch Earthlings and not become vegan, first of all, you're just a dickhead. I broke it down completely, and if you can get through Earthlings and still...
I kind of agree with that. Like once you realize, you just have to do it. Like don't try it, just do it. It's not that hard.
Still eat meat, you're just pure evil. But I like to help women out. Shut your legs. You control us. Shut your legs. It would take him a week or two. He's going to bring a package of tofu home and say, hey, honey, I don't know how to make this, but can we eat some vegan food? Use your power. And it's okay to coerce somebody to make them compassionate. And when this talk about masculinity, a real man protects somebody who's weaker than they are. They don't take advantage. That's a punk.
Yeah, I had some people saying that too yesterday. Like, they're so manly because they hunt and eat animals.
A punk would take advantage of somebody that they can't. Listen, we have the same power. How come we want to protect all those chickens? I want to protect those worms. After the rain, I go outside and move them off the sidewalk. I want to protect all the animals. I want to take the spiders out of my house. Hey, man, I'm not going to smush you. It's okay. I'm just going to take you outside of this tree in the back. I always want to use my power for good. I don't know why people, especially men, want to be vicious with their power. Rule with a loving touch instead of an iron fist, and that makes you a real man. But there's some major propaganda, brainwashing, programming of men and of human beings in general about what it means to be a man or what it means to be a human. And it always involves dominating and exploiting somebody else, which is heartbreaking. It's
You know,
heartbreaking.
Gary, I think also that dynamic, like that we observe, this idea that's been instilled
Damn, Axel. That's funny. Watch out for the cowboys.
in men and in society at large is kind of responsible for the fact that it is so hard. Let's say, you were considering entering into a romantic relationship with a woman and she was open to going vegan, and you're like, okay, maybe I have something I can work with here. It's hard not to come off as though you're trying to be this overbearing, hyper dominant kind of man if you're talking about nonviolence toward other animals, which is really kind of confusing. Like it's like you're the one talking about nonviolence, but somehow it's like trying to coerce somebody almost into adopting your way of how you want them to be, kind of thing.
But if you're going to coerce them to be kind, I'm going to support that coercion 100% of the time. It's just okay. Now, you bring up something interesting. That would be the one exception to the rule. And everybody, you got vegan radar. Use it. I got it. You got it. When I walked in every classroom I lectured, I said, oh, good, 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 bad, good, on the fence, good, bad. You can tell when I'm at the gym these days. I'm like, you know what? He would be open. She would be open. And he's not going to be open. So hit those people, use that radar, and talk to the people that you think are going to be open-minded. But you're going to find a lot of people, you're going to sense, you know what, she would know and she would be open to veganism, so I would be interested in dating her because it would be a great conversion. There's nothing wrong with doing that. It's the dating of the people that never want to budge, and you know that, and then you stay with them. I just don't know how you can live in the same household with somebody that's going to be eating flesh 3 times a day. How are there not 3 major fights happening every single day? And why would you want to put up with that?
Yeah.
It's bizarre to me, but I know a lot of vegan women over the years that have kept their meat-eating husbands and boyfriends, and I don't get it. I'd never tolerate it. The only exception, again, is if they didn't know and you knew that they would be open to it, and then you can help them along the way.
Yeah, like you said in your speech, and as I think you said in lots of them, once you after you know what's happening, then what's your excuse? After that point.
I used to love ending my speeches with, "What's your excuse now?" And again, why don't you make up an excuse to do something nice for somebody else, for the animals, instead of making up an excuse not to care, not to do nothing, to keep the status quo, to keep on harming somebody else? I'll never understand, because we weren't born this way. The 99% of vegans were not born vegan with vegan parents. We had to look in the mirror ourselves at one point and say, man, I messed up. Oh, I made a mistake. But all you can do is make amends. Move on. It's okay to admit you're wrong. Something else our society doesn't want to do. Nobody wants to admit they're wrong ever. Everybody's a genius. Everybody knows everything. It's amazing to me. Everyone's a fucking genius.
Everyone's a genius. There was a kid yesterday that walked by me wearing these big cowboy boots, and I gave him some PETA stickers. It was kind of funny. He was like putting it on a shirt. Hey, 40. Did his stream just end? I saw you in how's his stream? We're kind of watching it a little behind. Definitely post it. I'll play it on one of my videos. We'll react to it.
Everybody's Stephen Hawking all of a sudden. And humans literally don't know shit. Don't know shit about morality and ethics. Technologically.
Most humans are pretty ignorant. But I don't think... I try to believe that most people can be pretty smart, and they just refuse to be. Yeah, I was watching Mel and Steve's stream a little bit earlier. Maybe I'll pop back in there. They're at the goat or sheep farm, right? They're cute animals. Yeah, I was we watched Humane Hancocks earlier. Kind of reacted to that, and then I prompted. I had some questions that I put in through ChatGPT, so we kind of looked at that about what Humane Hancock said in his video. But no trolls in here now on my side, so.
We are brilliant. Ethically, we're on par with parasites.
I want to take a moment at this time to just encourage anybody watching to please consider making a donation to Sasha Farm.
I've been going there for 30 years, and for anybody who's not a fan of mine, I don't receive compensation.
That's awesome. There was a mother there that came to the rodeo because her daughter was vegan and she wanted to educate herself. We need more parents like that.
Do it for the animals. I'm just a spokesperson. I'm trying to help.
That's actually something I come across when I'm asking people, if they're, how they feel about animals and stuff. And some people will be like, my niece is vegan, my daughter's vegan, my son's vegan, or my wife's vegan. It's like, and they're like, well, I respect them, but you can't respect vegans if you're going to the store and you're buying animal products. You can't do both of them. It's not doesn't work like that. Yeah, his video is super confusing. He makes it way harder than it has to be, and it makes veganism look bad, I think. So I think it's sending the wrong message, and it's overcomplicating things. Just live vegan, and also turn your lights off at night to save some insects. That's basically it. Plant some flowers outside. Rewild some areas. That's basically the point.
Help them. It's a place that I've gone to decompress. It's a place that I've gone to see animals in their natural state. And it makes me think, oh my God, why can't it be? We could do this. Look, there's cows just being cows, eating grass in a field, sitting underneath a tree because it's too hot, the sun is shining too much, or hanging out in the barn because it's too cold and windy. Whatever it is, these animals can live their natural lives, be themselves. They're given names. They're not branded and tagged anymore. And it's going to rely, we have to rely on vegans to save the sanctuaries. This falls on us. If we're going to go out and demand that people be nice to animals, there are going to be plenty of animals that need a place to stay. And sanctuaries are hurting these days. Now, the reason Sasha's in jeopardy, real quickly, the former owner is demanding that we pay him for this 50 acres of land that Sasha is on. He wants the money. And it's a ton of money, $675,000. It is a fair market price. We checked with real estate agents. Otherwise, we'd be fine. Sasha always got by. They always raise about $250,000 a year. That's what Sasha needs to feed all the animals and to pay the few employees that are there. Shara Jones gets a $50,000 a year salary. There's a couple of part-time workers, $21 an hour. Other than that, it's all volunteer based. So please send money to Sasha Farm. And this is weird for me because I've never been a fundraiser. I've been an activist, 2 separate jobs. So it always made me feel uncomfortable to ask for money. But I'm doing this for the animals. So please send in something. I don't care if it's $5. Try to make it a monthly donation. If you can send more, send more. We can use it. And if you want to send money to your local sanctuary, I'm a fair guy. Send it somewhere to a sanctuary nearby. Volunteer at your local sanctuary. Give them a
Oh, they thought you were out there for welfare? Good movie last night? Yeah, horses. They say that every horse race, one horse dies. That's kind of like the stats on that. There's all sorts of things that we do with animals, right? Like, what do you guys think about like show dogs and stuff like that? I don't know. I haven't done any research on those industries, but I'm sure there's some exploitation behind them. But I would hope maybe because the dogs, they get better taken care of. Pia, you're from Spain. I know they just did some stuff with all the bullfighting, right? Aren't they? Isn't that like all banned now? Yeah, they thought you were crazy. I bet. You're the only sane one there in a crowd full of crazy people.
couple hours a week. It's really essential that we support and save our sanctuaries because right now they're hurting all over the world. People are just have this weird belief that, oh, it's not money well spent. Go look at a cow, one of the few cows that have escaped our hellholes, and you look at him or her in his eye and you tell him, I'm sorry, I think it's a waste of money to pay for hay for you to live for 20 years. I mean, it's the least we can do, right? We've murdered and tormented billions over the eons, and there's a few thousand that are lucky enough to be at these places. Everybody, please help the cows out, help the pigs and the chickens, the turkeys and the goats and the sheep. They need a nice place to stay, and this falls on vegans right now. Honestly, I think meat eaters should be funding sanctuaries, but that's a whole different story, and I don't know how to convince them that for all the evil things you do, the least you can do is send money to the sanctuaries. But right now, it's going to fall on the vegan community to save these sanctuaries.
I think a lot of the non-vegans who make donations to make up for kind of what they do to animals end up also kind of misguided in who they donate money to. It's usually like welfarist type organizations.
Right.
Yeah.
Back to the dog and cat stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they should be helping the cows, pigs, chickens, and turkeys that they're murdering every single day.
And Gary, so back to the topic of kind of what's happening to these animals every day. I know, there are organizations who activate for animals on the street by displaying footage of what's happening to animals. Cube of Truth type things, for example, I've participated in a lot. I have heard a criticism about it, excuse me, from people on the street saying like, you're going to expose kids to this. There are kids around, things like that. I'm wondering kind of what you think about that. I understand like how it can be really important to like educate kids like verbally about what's happening, but I guess I'm wondering if you think that is a fair point, like the criticism about like actually showing like the graphic nature of that. Even, of course it's educational. So I don't think there are like legal issues with it, but one concern that I have is maybe the possibility of kids becoming desensitized to this. Like there's this idea of like kids who grow up on farms sometimes saying like, oh, I killed my first chicken when I was 6 or something like that. And they get kind of used to chopping animals' heads off and, or like, oh, these city slickers just need to go out into the country and actually see, how this farming relationship with animals works, and they'll kind of consider the city people detached and almost like laugh at adults who are shocked by the footage that they see. I guess I'm wondering if you think that the exposure of kids to this kind of graphic material can have the effect of maybe desensitizing them toward the violence against those animals and seeing it as like,
Oh, it was banned, but then they reinstated it? That's not good. I heard it was banned somewhere. Maybe where else did they do bullfighting down in South America? Maybe it was a country down there that it was banned. Right. So, like, do you think that you can be vegan and rescue a dog and then and then train him to be a show dog? Like, what do you think about that though? Like, do you think that that's still exploitative? It's a really specific situation, but I'm just kind of curious what your take is on that. I mean, if you're like, I guess I would say, like, if you're treating the dog, if the dog likes doing it, like, I don't know, I guess maybe I don't see a problem with it if you're really treating the dog good, but like I said, I don't know what they do to like train those dogs. If some people probably use some pretty shitty techniques to like train them. I don't know.
just part of the world that's to be accepted.
I think the point is 100% false. I think these kids need to see the truth. In fact,
Yeah, I definitely agree that any type of breeding is just, we shouldn't be doing that. Shouldn't be controlling any part of that process for any animals. Unless we're doing it to like save the species, like if there's good intent behind it, and if we didn't do it, there would be like, it would negatively impact a lot of other animals, or something like that, then maybe I guess we could justify trying to save them by using that. But yeah, if we're just doing it for our benefit, like, obviously that's wrong. Yeah, kind of like kid beauty pageants, like they don't have the ability to really say whether they want to or not. Like, yeah, a lot of them just get forced into that situation. Yeah, obviously that's not right. Like that little dog that was dressed up yesterday or the day before in my stream. Everyone was like, some people were like, I don't know if that dog likes that. Like maybe she did, maybe she doesn't. Like I don't know. It didn't seem like it was bothering the dog while she was walking around. But yeah, the wild dogs. Yeah, wild dogs are cool. Like, I wish I heard about like Morocco, or what, I think they did it in Turkey too, or like there's a couple places where they don't like them, so they can just go around and like kill them to get them off the streets. Laptop's getting really hot. I might have to go back upstairs or something. I should probably go to the store soon. So I was going to stream for a little while on my laptop here, and then I was going to stop and switch to my phone. Probably take a shower first, take a little break, and then I'll stream on my phone. I was going to walk my dog and then go to the grocery store. Like rhinos? I don't know much about rhinos. What do rhinos do? They get smuggled. Yeah. The New Age Truman Show.
In fact, the more I think about it, and I was told this over the years, I did speak in some second, third, fourth, fifth grade classes. Oh, the kids can't handle the truth. The more I realized, no, the kids can handle the truth. The adults can't handle the truth. The parents can't handle the truth because they've been lied to, and they keep lying to their kids, and they don't want to hear the truth. The kids were always wonderful whenever I told them about what was going on. They were still attached to animals, and they were horrified at the things that were going on, and they were upset that they were lied to and told that hamburgers grow in hamburger patches. So I think that footage needs to be out there for the kids. And think about all the lies we tell kids in general. Not just that hamburgers grow in hamburger patches, and show them cartoon caricatures of chickens and cow and pigs and turkeys. Everything's a lie to them. Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. We wonder why we're such messed up human beings when we grow up, because everything we've ever been told is a friggin' lie. And then it makes the job tougher later on to try to explain the truth, because they're like, wait a second, mommy and daddy never told me this. There's no way this vegan's telling me the truth. And for those kids that grow up on farms killing animals, they were brainwashed and programmed into killing those animals. They didn't want to do that on their own. Mommy and daddy went outside, put a knife in their hand, put a machete in their hand, and said, you go and do this right now. And this is the way it is. And this is how we live. And they indoctrinated them and made them become desensitized to the murder of animals. And when it comes to people killing directly, you've often heard this too. Hunters want to say this. Hey, Gary, I actually don't support the meat industry because of what goes on inside of a slaughterhouse. That's why I kill directly. Isn't that okay? You know what? The more I think about it, no. In fact, you're more psychotic than everyone else, because I ate meat for 26 years. And if you put a gun in my hand or a knife in my hand and say, go shoot that cow or cut that cow's head off, I'd say, you must be crazy. Are you kidding me? I'm not doing that to somebody else. The fact that you can kill and harm directly, you got some serious psychological issues. But it doesn't, and it shouldn't surprise people to hear me say this. Again, everything everybody does is backwards. It's always backwards. Everything everybody believes, it's always backwards. So the kids need to see the truth. I'm a full proponent of showing kids this stuff. In fact, at the Cube of Truth out here.
Yeah, hit the like button, subscribe if you're new. I don't know how many people are in here. My viewer count isn't working. 9 people. Thanks for being here, everybody. Yeah, take a dog to a dog park. So, have you guys ever heard of Sniff Spot? It's like a platform that you can rent out your backyard as a dog park. There's no dog park in my town here. They're actually building one now. But last year, I put my yard on Sniff Spot so people can bring their dogs to my yard. I have a little fenced-in backyard, and they can just let them out and run around. It's like a couple dollars. So I got a couple people, but not that much. But it's kind of cool. Feed birds outside. What's going on here?
Here in Cologne, I can't tell you how many kids stop there and watch. Concerned, they want to know. We go up and talk to them, and then mommy and daddy pull them away. No, I don't listen to them. No, we're supposed to eat meat. Humans cannot help themselves but continue to lie. That is our best trait. We just lie, and lie some more, and we keep on lying, and no one can handle the truth.
You know, I think you highlight this area of unawareness that we have when it comes to like what's happening in I've seen adults, like elderly people, actually shocked and horrified by what they see. And I think if people just knew, if this wasn't so hidden, I think we would see a huge wave of people moving in the direction of respecting
I
lives.
agree so much with that. I swear, this is why I insisted I would not do a lecture unless they allowed me to show that 5-minute slaughterhouse video, because nobody wants to see what goes on, and nobody would believe me. They would always say, Gary, but I've heard you speak. You're really graphic. Can't you just describe it? And I'd say, no matter how graphic I could be, the human brain won't let you imagine.
Right, I get that, Brett. Most animals go extinct because of us. Yeah, the world isn't safe for animals. We should care for them more. Yeah, I mean that's why I agree that humans can be the worst, but most of us aren't doing it on purpose, you know? So we can change. And there's might be a few people that need to be forced out.
Living beings being chopped up into pieces while they're fully conscious. No matter what I say, you can't imagine somebody shoving a steel rod inside of a cow's vagina or their bare hand to inject them with sperm. You can't imagine searing the beaks of hens off, or putting male chicks into a grinding machine because they're useless to the egg industry. The human mind. You can't imagine Auschwitz unless you saw it. Your brain protects you from these horrible things. You can't really imagine what a slave ship was like. You can't picture it in detail. You have to see these things to understand the atrocity that's going on. So, and listen, as you can imagine, that was the part of the speech where most people calmed down, became subdued, and listened to me more, because my speeches all started out with, arms crossed. The fucking vegans here. We got to listen to this shit again. And by the 15-minute mark, when the slaughterhouse video was just about to end, arms were open. They were like on their desk. Maybe an arm was above the head. Whatever it was okay. I'm listening. Tell me more. Nothing beats the truth. You can't sugarcoat this issue. You can't lie to people. You can't play politician and try to convince people to do something kind and just. You simply have to show them what's going on, and everybody needs to see a slaughterhouse. Imagine if McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's and KFC on TV would show, hey, this is where our chickens come from, and show a chicken slaughterhouse. This is where cows come from, and show cows having their heads chopped off. How many people do you really think would still go out and eat flesh and make justifications for this? But they intentionally show us cartoon caricatures of animals in those commercials. They intentionally don't show us a slaughterhouse. They intentionally don't show us a slaughterhouse truck full of animals who are terrified. It's brainwashing, and it's amazing that people still accuse vegans of trying to brainwash people. We are the ones trying to unbrainwash and deprogram everybody and awaken people from their soporific states. And
the really interesting... Yeah. Sorry to cut you off there. I mean, I think the really interesting thing is that vegans or non-vegans a lot of times will actually defend this. As somebody who wasn't raised vegan. I believe I was born vegan, but I didn't know it. But I wasn't raised vegan, and
right.
When I saw this information, it wasn't anywhere within my mental landscape, if you will, to try to find a reason why I should continue doing this. It was like, oh shit, this is really messed up. Like, this footage, I had stopped eating animals for 2 years, and I think that was mostly health related at that time.
There were two guys I talked to yesterday that they made that connection when I was talking to them. Like they were saying some of the really similar things to what they just said. It was really nice. Idiocracy, right? Veganism and wild animal suffering are completely different. Well, one's more intentional, and the other one is more like collateral damage. Like they're not like we're not intentionally trying to hurt all those wild animals, but we're making decisions without considering them. So I think they are tied together, but I don't think they have to be. I don't think it has to be super complicated. But I think, yeah, just start with the farm animals. I think that's the easiest, and that's the most. It's the one thing that affects you as an individual. But like, if we wanted to care more for wild animals, I think that. Would you guys agree that that would be something that we would have to just pressure the industries and like the government more than really you doing a lot yourself? Like I said, there's simple things that you can do, like plant some flowers, turn your lights off, and some simple things that can help some of the small animals. But I think the most change that you can make is living vegan, because you're already saving all the land. The land use is the biggest thing with all the smaller insects and the smaller animals. It's using too much land. So if you're vegan and you're not using all the extra land for all the animal products and all the feed for the animals, then that's the biggest way to help all the wild animals too. So just live vegan. It's the easiest way to do all those things.
But then again, as a kid, I would even ask my parents, like, is this real meat or factory meat? And I had some kind of, but when I said factory meat, I meant like not from a freaking animal. I don't know how I had that concept as a kid. Of course, you go through life, you develop this inertia, and you keep going with the crowd. But it was after 2 years of not eating animals that I came across footage of what happens in the egg industry, because I was at a Subway restaurant. I was getting like an egg and cheese morning, whatever, breakfast thing. And
Did he just call Subway a restaurant? I might have to disagree with you there.
and the person working there asked me if I was vegetarian, and I told him I was. And he said, "Oh, well, in my culture, egg isn't vegetarian," because he was East Indian. And I looked into this at home. It just planted a little seed in my brain. And when I saw the chicks being ground up, I was just like, this is not a kind industry, to put it simply. And then I saw something about dairy, clicked on that. I saw the mother cows lined up, and I was just like, okay, this is like some video that I shouldn't be seeing. Like, it had this kind of like, like, who the hell does this? Like, where they got a camera in this messed up ass place? Like, they're filming this. Like, I don't want to contribute to this. It seemed like something starkly outside the realm of like moral decency for me to, continue paying for that.
So I want to ask you, so what made you finally go vegan, and how old were you?
It's been almost 13 years. I'm 38 now. So I guess I was like 25. And it was kind of a combination of things. So I had actually been hospitalized with pancreatitis, and it was like pretty severe. And I had just gotten a biopsy.
All right, so that's his traumatic thing. What about you guys? What happened to you guys that made you vegan? What traumatic experience? And the majority of vegans have some type of traumatic experience that shifted their perspective. So if you guys want to share, you don't have to, but if you want to.
biopsy done of my pancreas, and I was waiting to see if I had PanCan, basically, which is like, 94% of people or something die within 5 years of that diagnosis. So I was there laying in the hospital trying to fall asleep, knowing that in the morning I was going to find out if I had that cancer or not. And I was listening to this yoga meditation, something, and the guy who was giving that yoga presentation, I guess, he was talking about how if you eat non-veg, you're a murderer. And I was on board with that for the most part, since I hadn't eaten animals for 2 years. It wasn't something that I was like mentally rebelling against. But and this guy, though, he does promote like drinking cow urine and stuff like that, which is also kind of like, I guess it's.
I've seen that before too. I saw somebody, it was like just a little tiny bit, right? I don't know why they did that, but maybe he'll say there's supposed to be some benefits from it or something. Like Dave Asprey, wasn't he the guy that was drinking his own pee? Some people do some really crazy shit.
It's not as bad as like eating a cow, but I don't know. I'd be curious to hear what you think about.
Worked in the industry, tried eating just plant-based, didn't die, the rest is history. I like that. It's pretty simple, right? You just got to make that decision and just do it.
About the drinking cow urine.
I've never even heard it, and it's amazing. I thought I'd heard of everything. Why in the hell would somebody do that, and where are they obtaining it from?
I guess this might be something that people do in like Ayurvedic or like Indian.
I think that there's some enzymes or some weird shit in it that's supposed to do something to your body, or I don't know. I did not watch the video very long, but I just saw a clip of it, and I thought it was freaking crazy. Oh, your brother got you. Game Changers, that was one that changed me too. They're coming out with a second one soon. I definitely want to watch it when it comes out. Yeah, I can't imagine like working in that industry. Like if I did, I probably would have came to the same conclusion as you. And it's weird. It's weird to me that a lot of people work in that industry and just like refuse to like believe the reality of what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, I might have changed before I watched it too, but it's just some things like that. It just solidifies it, you know. Oh no, he's full carnivore now?
Medicine kind of thing.
It
But
doesn't sound like medicine to me. It sounds pretty insane.
fair. But yeah, so I was kind of like thinking about just like the idea of compassion and mercy and things like that. And I guess I was just like, I was thinking about, what, I thought a lot about the idea of spirituality, I guess, and to kind of bring it back to what I was talking about initially with like religion, spirituality, and things like.
Yeah, my sister's down in South Beach, Miami right now. I'm jealous.
That I was thinking about what it means to truly be spiritual, and I kind of came to the conclusion that it really has to do with how you treat those beings who are unable to thank you or to retaliate against you in any way for anything you may or may not do. And I think that's really kind of where the rubber meets the road. So in just kind of thinking about that, I was like, okay, definitely need to take this more seriously. And it's funny, but the thing that actually kind of tipped me over the line was I looked up something like veganism or something like that on YouTube, and I saw this video from a vegan activist named John Sackars, and he had a song it was called "I Can Make Anybody Want to Go Vegan," and he was basically saying, I can make anybody want to go vegan. All I need to do is move my hips like this or something like that. He was just kind of like, it was, I guess, like a humorous kind of video. And it's funny, but that kind of, I was like, wow, I thought that vegans were all like serious and, just had no sense of humor and stuff like that. And I guess like, the footage that I had seen combined with the kind of like spiritual realization, if you will, combined with this humorous side kind of formed this trifecta where I was just like, okay, I can actually like live with myself. I can make these amends and I can say, okay, how do I go forth in a way where this is something that I'm also a part of in a way that helps, other people kind of, and of course, you go through this part. I think you had mentioned this, like with religious people or veterinarians, where you're like, if I just tell people this, then their eyes are gonna just immediately be opened, and they're gonna be like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize this. But then of course you're hit with the excuses, and then
Yeah, careful of his claws. Yeah, that's sad. I met this doctor that was carnivore, and when I did more research into that, I realized how stupid it was, and that's one reason that pushed me closer to being vegan too. So there's a lot of stuff out there you could send to him that might change his perspective a little bit. Not just the benefits of being vegan, but also there's some bad things about being carnivore. So all the people that started that stuff are not carnivore anymore.
and I don't know if you've heard of the term Vistopia. There's an author, Claire Mann, who wrote about this idea of Vistopia, or basically it's the pain of being, the anguish of being non-vegan or vegan in a non-vegan world. And then of course that hits, and then I guess the rest is kind of history or whatever.
Yeah, and speaking of mercy, I'm always amazed that the religious crowd always expects to receive all the mercy in the world when it's time for them to receive it, but they refuse to give it. And I don't know how you can expect to receive something that you refuse to give. It's something so easy, so gentle and kind, to be nice to somebody else, to change your way so somebody else doesn't have to suffer and die.
Well, Gary,
I was going to say, and comedy, by the way, is a great tool. I don't know if people know this, but I always consider myself to be more of a comedian than a philosopher and a preacher. I have George Carlin and Larry David and Mel Brooks flowing through my veins. During Q&A sessions, I would bring up to the crowd, you guys have a bird ass fetish. Everything you eat has to come out of a hen's ass. You guys love eggs, and on Thanksgiving, you shove things into a turkey's ass. You guys engage in bestiality, and I'd have them laughing because there's truth in humor. And George Carlin taught me that. Larry David taught me that you could make a point with humor, and sometimes that was really good, because during my militant portions of the speech, and I was militant, I would push them to the limit. I can see they can't take any more. They're going to break down. They might even leave the room, and then I drop some humor. You guys squeeze cow titties and want to eat things that ooze out of cow's titties, and they'd start laughing. So use comedy if you're funny enough to use it. Any tool to make somebody open their eyes is definitely wonderful.
Gary, I want to touch on what you're saying about kind of people expecting. I guess let me put it this way: like when I believe that selfishness is the idea of expecting something from someone else that you're not willing to do yourself. And I think we do see this a lot with non-vegans, where they're like, oh, that's just how he is. I'm sure you've had people in your life just be like, oh, well, and this is, I guess, also relevant when it comes to people not eating animals around you, like in your presence. You're like, oh, I mean, I guess this is respectful toward me, but like, I really hate the fact that you do this behind my back in a way as well. But I think that this idea of selfishness and people expecting you to do things that they are not willing to do themselves can also be seen in the active versus non-active vegan sense, where people expect you're Gary Yourofsky, you're going to be advocating or active or, promoting liberation, preaching, teaching, convincing, whatever the term is, for the animals. But I think a lot of people are very comfortable in their kind of bubbles where, people don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to alienate people.
Hey Tessa, thanks for being here. Would you buy human milk? That would be kind of weird. I mean, if they consented to it, right? There's no exploitation behind it. I don't know. I'd maybe try it. Would you try it? That would be kind of weird, though. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't. It's not for adults, right? I think that would be kind of weird.
And I guess there is a bit of a selfishness there, I think, too. And I really respect the fact that you officially kind of considered yourself as retired from activism for some time because you gave that kind of credence to the term, activism.
I hold the term to be sacred. I really do. And even though I've been doing things for the last 10 years, helping Sasha farm, helping caterpillars become butterflies, saving some skunks in my city from some maniac who was drowning them in his backyard, it didn't
Hey PJ.
rise to the level of what I used to do. I was I was on the street corner, in the classroom, and in the jailhouse. So I could no longer in good conscience say, I was an animal rights activist, which is why I said I was retired. I just wasn't doing the things that I used to do. And as much as I do understand people wanting to be comfortable in their little bubble, it's obviously not okay. But every time a student did argue with me, and fortunately I did about 200 lectures every year, only 15 or 20 turned into a Jerry Springer show, which is an amazing ratio considering the topic that I was talking about, trying to teach people to be kind to chickens. But those 15 or 20 built up on me. And when it happened, the first thing that went through my mind was, man, I wish I didn't know. Life was so much easier when I didn't care, when I only cared about myself. Now, of course, I don't mean this. I just want to let you know what went through my head. I'm an open, honest guy. And that was the first thing. God, everybody used to love me before I became vegan. I was the life of the party, and now everybody hates me. Why? What happened to Gary? Gary likes pigs. What? So I used to be the shit when I didn't like pigs, and all of a sudden I like pigs and cows, and Gary's a dick? I don't even understand it, but life is easy not knowing and not caring. Of course, I would never go back to not knowing and being oblivious to the tumult of the animal kingdom, to the plight of our planetary companions, to our animal brothers and sisters. But people got to strengthen up, man. You got to toughen up.
Well, nobody likes being a hostage negotiator, and that's essentially what we are, right? These animals are powerless, they're confined, and there's a large group of people who make excuses to keep them in that situation. And we're basically, it's like that interview you did with, I believe maybe that was in Israel.
Hey Martin. Yeah, no, he was just streaming, and Mel and Steve are too, or they were. I don't know if they're still on.
Israel, where the interviewer was like, I want you now have 2 minutes or whatever to convince me to eat animals, let's say once a month or something like that. It's like, this is literally,
it's outrageous, isn't it? An outrageous question. Could you imagine saying, you have 2 minutes now to convince me not to rape this child? Like, wait, why would I have to convince you to do that? Really, you don't know that that's just wrong? You shouldn't do that? It wasn't outrageous.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw yesterday at the end, towards the end of my street outreach, I got into a kind of a heated discussion with this guy about um, God giving him permission to basically do whatever he wants to the animals. If you look at my stream from yesterday, it's about 3.5 hours in. It's like where it starts. So I think I might watch that. Maybe we if you want we can watch it now. If you guys didn't see that, maybe we could watch it.
Outrageous question. Although I think I answered it pretty well. It's funny. I did so much stuff over the years. I really don't remember most of the things I said and did. It's a lot of people think, oh, Gary's an arrogant, narcissistic bastard. Do you know Gary does not sit around and watch his old speeches and stuff? When I decided to come out of retirement recently and come down here to Germany, I put on my Georgia Tech speech. I swear I didn't know 99% of it. I was sitting there going, oh my God, oh wow, that was some tight stuff. I said that. Oh yeah, okay. And I yelled out to my ex-wife, Erica. We actually broke up last August, still great friends. She's a wonderful person. But I yelled out to her, I said, Erica, do you remember that I said this? She's like, yeah, Gary, I remember. Everybody remembers but you. So I don't even remember why I just brought this up, but there was a reason for me bringing this up. Oh, I don't sit around and watch all my stuff, but just strengthen up, speak out, get some good stuff going, and you'd be amazed at how many people that you can actually reach and convert and teach. This is what it's all about.
And Gary, I think to kind of I don't know if piggyback. I guess that's maybe a vegan term. Off what you just said. I've had kind of arguments with people in the past where people have kind of asked me, like, wouldn't you rather have, let's say, 10 people reduce their animal consumption versus like one person go fully vegan, which I hate that term. But I've kind of remained steadfast on the idea that no, we need people who are vegan and unapologetic and not going to perpetuate this system, because life is ultimately it's very short, right? We have however much of a window of time we have to make this impact that we can make. And if we have people who are just going along with what's happening, albeit to a lesser degree, I don't think that having multiple people who are doing that is going to have potentially as profound of a culture changing effect as people who are actually vocally strong and ideologically committed.
I like your answer, my man. I'll be fair, though. There are times I sit there and think I would take some form of reduction, but it would have to be something like somehow a law was passed where Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are all vegan days. No restaurant can serve anything but vegan food. That would put a reduction in the number of animals being raped, enslaved, and mass-produced and killed and murdered. I'd have to go along with it. I obviously wouldn't condemn that. That's not what I want, and it's not the solution. But if it leads to the path of a solution, I could get down with that. But when people bring up that I don't eat a lot of meat, I don't believe them. To me, it's like, oh, last Tuesday I had a salad. And by the way, the salad had ranch dressing on it anyways and cheese and a little bit. Like, it wasn't even a real vegan meal. So I don't believe people.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that too. I don't know if you guys talk to other people, but most people that I talk to, they all think they're in that 1% of people that get their meat like humanely or ethically. Or like maybe they went and got it from got their meat from a pasture raised farm one time, and they think that justifies now they think that they're doing better. But most of the animal products they eat are coming from factory farms. But nobody wants to actually admit that.
People when they say it, so it would have to be something etched in stone like that. Again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There's no meat.
It's like the thing with the hunters who are like, I only eat the meat I kill. And you don't kill meat, obviously, you kill animals. But
let's watch his new vid. Who's Plant Geezer? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. Yeah, let's check it out. I wanted to play him. He was kind of one of the guys on my list today. I wanted this one right here.
Just let them wander around the traffic.
Just don't.
Should we
just don't forcefully breed them into existence. Maybe.
Oh no, not this lady. I've seen her before. Yeah. Oh no.
No, I want to forcefully breed them.
It is rape though, isn't it? Because it's
she needs a good grilling.
unconsented, isn't it?
It's not rape.
What is it about sticking your fist up a cow's backside?
I said that to that guy yesterday. I said, you justifying sticking your arm up a cow's butt. Some people were walking by and they were like, what? What's this guy talking about?
Or
that's white.
Just for a 2-minute sandwich, that is.
Said.
I'm trying to work out how you can think that that is acceptable.
No, yeah, but you're not listening to me, so you're not trying to work out.
Go on.
I can't see it.
You can hear it though. That you think is not rape.
Because being AI'd is a lot nicer than being ridden by a bull for days constantly.
But
and less dangerous.
Do you think the cow would just like to be left alone and not have their calf stolen?
It's just AI. It's not forcibly impregnated. It's just artificially inseminating. The cows don't... What do they say? Like, the cows don't mind it. There's minimal... like, movement or whatever. So... It's like a... They call it like a... There's a term for it, I forget. But... basically, it means that the cows don't really react much when they do it. So, it's not cruel to them, right? But then they restrain them while they do it. So, why would they need to restrain them if they say that the cows don't mind it being done and they don't freak out and they don't negatively react? Why would they need restraints? It doesn't make any sense.
Or do you think that if they could speak, they would tell you to do one?
I don't know. You'll have to ask the cow. You know.
How old are you? Sorry.
Why? Why is that relevant?
You're saying things like you need to ask the cow. It seems a little bit childish to me. When there's a.
What, you're the one saying you know how the cow feels, and I'm the one being childish.
Well, when I'm seeing videos of cows absolutely exhausted from repeated cycles of forced pregnancy, I think that speaks for itself.
They would be pregnant far quicker in the wild. They would have more progeny.
So what is it about forcefully impregnating cows?
Wait, did she? Her defense was that they would be pregnant quicker in the wild? What?
That you think is okay?
It's like I'm on repeat. Do you listen to what I'm saying?
What is it about fisting
I've told
cows?
you 4 times now. 4 times I've told you. Are you listening this time?
Do you think that you could just leave the cows alone?
Are you going to listen to what I say?
Are you going to leave the cows alone?
In what way?
Stop fisting them?
I can put a bull with them. I've got a bull with mine.
Or you could just leave them alone?
Which do you think the cow prefers?
Just move on. Just grow up.
What? Just let them wander around the traffic?
Just don't.
Should we
don't forcefully breed them into existence? Maybe.
No, I want to forcefully breed them. They would have more calves in the wild than they would do on a farm.
Why do you want to forcefully impregnate cows? I don't get it. When you could just not.
What? I could just let it happen naturally.
You could just not do this as a hobby or a job. You could just move on and leave outdated practices in the past.
Because 100% of the people of the globe use animal products, and 99.9% of people eat animal products. I am providing a service that people want.
I think you'll find that it's more like 80% of the world eats
rubbish.
Eats meat. Yeah, it's.
Who told you that?
There's a massive
Really?
population in India and China, believe it or not, that don't eat
You know
meat.
why India? Because their hunting grounds were taken from them in colonization, and they took the meat away from them to make them weak. It's why the diabetes there is shocking.
Why is it that I'm not weak, and why is it that I know people 3 times the size of me who are also
For the
not weak?
12th time, because your parents and your grandparents ate animal products and you did growing up. That's why.
You do know that there is generations.
The vegan diet is incomplete on day one.
What do you mean by incomplete? What am I missing?
Lots of B12,
But
taurine.
I've just told you that our food is fortified with B12, just like animal products are fortified with B12.
It's not digested as well, though. It needs to be injected.
It is, because my levels of B12 are perfectly fine, and so is everyone else's who I know. So
that's because you have to supplement, because your diet is incomplete.
Yeah, but animals have to get supplemented to give people the B12.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
I've just
they
got
don't.
it up. You just.
Wait, go on then. Show us.
You're just in denial, I think.
So a lot of people say that they don't like the term vegan diet, but I don't really like when people say plant-based diet, because that doesn't necessarily mean that you're not eating animal products, because some people say they're plant-based, but they still eat animal products sometimes. They're like, I'm plant-based, but sometimes I'll eat this. So like, they're not vegan. So like, I feel like when you're talking about the food that you eat and you're vegan, maybe you should say, I follow a diet that is strictly vegan instead of just plant-based. But also explain that it's not a vegan diet. It's a diet that, you follow a diet that doesn't have any animal products. You know what I mean? It's a diet that's in line with your vegan ideology, or whatever you want to call it, but I feel like some people try to use plant-based as like an excuse to, same thing as like vegetarian. Like, I'm vegetarian, so I'm doing enough. I'm plant-based, but I eat plants most of the time, but sometimes I exploit animals. Like, yeah.
You're just denying facts.
You couldn't get it up. Show us.
I could get it up. Yeah. Do you want me to get it up again?
Animal-free based diet. I like that. An animal-free diet. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think that's a little bit more, like, it's just easier to understand. It takes out the little bit of, like, now it disconnected. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Like a whole food diet that's animal free is in my opinion the best. People should be striving towards that. Yeah, she's providing a service. Like the beef jerky lady that I met the other day. Tried to kick me off the public sidewalk.
Third world and second world animals are supplemented.
You're on about the third world now?
Well, you're on all animals are supplemented. No, they're not.
I have got this up before, but we'll do it again. All sheep and goats have the ability to synthesize B12, provided they receive adequate cobalt in their diet. But like I said, there's a cobalt deficiency, so they have to get injected.
Where's the cobalt deficiency? Where?
In the soil. It's lacking cobalt. So therefore, animals who are eating grass...
In what areas?
They're not... Well, it doesn't matter, does it? Because I'm just saying, it's an animal getting injected with B12 is the same as me getting my food fortified with B12. Yes. And because my B12 levels are fine and there's no need to attack animals or bully animals, it's completely unnecessary. And I am living proof, and other people are living proof of this. It's not an argument for slitting animals' necks open.
It is not.
It's just not. No, it's not.
It is.
How far along the cruelty scale would you go? Would you be okay with someone getting a screwdriver and stabbing the animals in the face before they kill them, or is that not humane? Like, where's your line? Where is your line with animal cruelty?
Animals shouldn't feel pain.
But they do when you send them to slaughter. So
So how about stop causing their pain, lady? What a crazy thing to say.
Okay, let's not go as far as the death then. Let's just look at the 600 goats that were burnt alive in East Yorkshire this week or last week. These goats would have gone through immense suffering, probably one of the worst ways to die. This is a result of animal agriculture. So would you say that is a bad thing, or are you okay with the 600 goats?
Well, if it had been on purpose, was it on purpose that these goats were killed?
It wasn't on purpose, but what I'm saying is it was still a result.
Yeah.
It still happened because of people like yourself who fund that industry.
Well, people died on the road yesterday. Should we stop all that? It wasn't on purpose, was it? It was an accident.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference between an accidental death of a human in order for humanity to evolve, and enslaving goats in a camp and then watching them all burn into ashes. I think there's a bit of a difference there, don't you? Do you accept that this is a result of your choices and your industry, this atrocity that occurred?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I've just said 600 goats got burnt alive in a shed in East Yorkshire.
Why?
Yeah, veganism is not a diet. It includes being conscious about what you eat. But it's not a diet. The animal-free diet. Exactly. That's the best. By the way, I'm over here harvesting a lot of plants. There's no screaming. There's no suffering. They're not feeling any pain. The only waste I have is some dirt that I can go compost. They scream in silence. Yeah, the plants are screaming in silence. Yeah, they're not bleeding. No blood. Not my microgreens.
How did they get?
It was a result of the demand for their flesh.
Yeah, but why did they get burned alive? I'm not saying there's a problem with it being dead.
A heat lamp that had fell over, and it was a result of the demand for their flesh. Do you think that is good or bad?
I think that's the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard. No one meant for them to die alive, did they?
But they did, and that the point is they did.
Well, the heat lamp should have been attached properly.
But you just wouldn't want to just eradicate that and stop accidents like that happening? No.
What would you? Where would you prefer the goats to be? Running up and down the road?
There's no need for them to be there, was there? It was unnecessary for them to be there and to suffer their fate.
Where should they have been?
They just shouldn't exist because they shouldn't be forcefully bred and put into existence.
Is that a decision you ought to make?
Because animals can't speak, you think that you've got the right to make decisions for them that ultimately gives them
that's funny.
A short life of misery. Is that what you're saying?
This is my broccoli tray. They're all falling over today because I'm harvesting them. But there's one pea. This is from a pea seed. It's just one, and like shot up way higher than the rest. It's kind of funny.
Have you asked the victims?
Well, can you not see visually that animals are in distress in this industry?
None of my animals are distressed. My animals have a lovely life.
Do you want me to show you the videos again?
Of what?
Of the animals in
what,
distress?
the ones in the third world countries? You can find any UK footage.
You said you didn't care about third world countries. You said that it's their culture and it's acceptable. So why are you bringing that up now?
Because you keep showing me videos that you're saying are relevant, and they're not relevant because they're not of the UK.
So just by chance, so let me get this right. Just by chance, the country that you were born in this culture that was given to you, you didn't make your own mind up. You were given these beliefs. Just by chance, your culture is right, but the other cultures are not.
I think in the third world countries, their regulations of slaughterhouse is going to be lower than ours. So I can't give an opinion.
Have you been on holiday?
Because I wasn't born.
Have you been on holiday lately?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Greece.
So you went to Greece. Greece have got bad
Yeah.
welfare standards. One
Yes.
that you just said that you would disagree with and whatever, but you still funded that industry when you went
No,
there.
I-
You still brought the flesh.
Yes.
Yeah, so your argument falls down, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
Because it's not the UK, but you were in Greece.
So? What? So I should never travel?
No, you can travel, but what I'm saying
Oh,
is
thank you.
you're funding an industry that you're saying is not the UK, but when you fly out of the UK and go to Greece and buy it there, you're funding that industry. You're funding some of these videos.
You're funding the animal product industry with that phone.
I'm not exploiting animals.
There's dead pig in that phone.
If there's gelatine in this phone, it's a byproduct, and if your industry didn't exist, gelatine wouldn't exist.
Good get out clause.
Plus, even if I didn't have this phone, you would still push pigs into gas chambers, wouldn't you?
It's gas chambers are quite, an emotive point. There is footage of them looking distressed. They say that it was because there was the wrong mixture of gas put into it. I mean, I've heard that they just fall asleep. And, they don't have very little human intervention. And therefore they stay together and they're a lot calmer. You would have to look into government regulations whether, that is the best way to slaughter pigs.
Okay, so...
At the moment, it's deemed that it is the best way to slaughter pigs.
But who told you that? Someone's just told you that and you've agreed because you like the taste, isn't it?
Because I've studied the regulations and the welfare deference regulations. That's why I believe it.
Can I ask,
Because
does this sound like
facts.
falling asleep to you?
Then is that where the mixture was wrong?
Does that sound like they're falling asleep peacefully?
Is that wasn't those pigs though, was it? They look all right, don't they?
They look all right.
I mean,
Are you saying that these
screaming on.
Are you saying that these little baby pigs look all right in a gas chamber getting suffocated to death?
But the screaming is added on. It's edited, isn't it?
No, it's not edited. That is my mate's footage. What he took with secret cameras over a 3-month period. That is genuine footage.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll say the screaming's added on top.
Yes.
I'll say the screaming's added on top. I'll say the screaming's added on top.
Do you think that? Do they look okay to you?
I can't see. It's really bad footage. Sorry.
Do they sound okay to you?
I wouldn't like. It would depend whether they were edited or not.
Can you see them lashing
just
around
sounds
on,
like
on the
white
right
noise to me.
side? Do they look okay to you?
I can't really see. I'm sorry.
You can't.
I mean, I'm sure if they are distressed.
So sad. Hey guys, thanks for being here. What's going on, Anna? Yeah, this lady is delusional. I've seen her before. Yeah, there was somebody in the stream yesterday saying the same thing, that all the vegans are entitled.
Something needs to be done about it.
Yeah, we could not fund it. We could not create this. We could not bring animals up and send them to this place quite easily.
Well, fortunately, 99% of us want to.
But that's not a justification for doing it, though, is it? 99% of people could be heroin addicts, but it doesn't make it right, does it?
Well, that's how. But heroin's illegal, and eating bacon isn't.
Does legality
illegal.
equal morality? Are you okay with children in Yemen getting married off at 10 years old?
We've been through this.
You're the
Don't
one who
bore me.
mentioned legality. I'm just seeing how consistent you are.
No, but you're coming back with hypothetical arguments.
That's not hypothetical. The children in Yemen are getting married off at 10 years old. And
I know nothing. I know nothing about Yemen.
do they look?
I know
do they look
farming.
okay? Do they look like they're peacefully falling asleep? Or is that just completely unnecessary and cruel?
I've said if there are problems with the gas chambers, but at the moment, DEFRA has regulated that that's the best way to slaughter pigs.
So you're saying that on the right side is
Because
the
of
best
the-
way to slaughter pigs? That's the best way.
Right. Are you listening to me?
Do you think that is okay?
Please. Can you listen to what I've said?
I'm trying to work out how you can think that that is acceptable.
No, yeah, but you're not listening to me, so you're not trying to work out.
Go on, sorry.
You're just going, look, right, I'm going to say it again. There are obviously problems with the gas chambers, with a mixture of gases. Now, at the moment, DEFRA have regulated that.
She really thinks the problem is the mixture of the gases?
That's the best way to slaughter them. Poultry is also slaughtered, gassed.
So you're pro-gas chamber?
I don't know enough about it, to be fair. DEFRA have regulated it's the best way at the moment, and I don't see why I should disbelieve them.
Something tells me that you are against them deep down, but because of the taste, just because of these 2 minutes of pleasure that you get from eating a bacon sandwich, I think you're trying to justify that and you're trying to keep it because I think the...
Again, you're telling me what I think and what I feel.
Yeah, you probably think, a lot of...
She is Hitler to the animals. Exactly.
Things. I don't know what I've done to this mic. But just to finish off, because obviously it'll go. We'll just keep going round in circles. You're saying you are okay with gas chambers because of the taste. Can I just get that?
That is not what I said.
I think you said you mentioned about legality, and you said but it's legal, and there's a lot of jumping around, and I think what it boils down to is the taste, isn't it? It's just the 2 minutes of pleasure that you get.
Don't tell me what I feel and what I think.
Or
that's white noise.
Just for a 2-minute sandwich, that is.
What is? I can't see it.
You can hear it though.
I'll see. All I can hear is white noise.
I think we need to stop being cruel. We need to stop unnecessarily breeding these animals into existence and eventually pushing them towards their death. I disagree with that. So do millions of other people. I think that your beliefs were given to you. Well, I know that your beliefs were given to you. And if you were born into a neutral world and given the opportunity to make up your own mind, I do believe that you would think like us and not be for gas chambers and evil atrocities that happen to little babies. And I think we'll leave it there, man. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Again, you're telling me how I think and how I feel.
Did you make your own mind up about animal suffering, or is it just something that was passed down?
I've told you I don't agree with animal suffering at all. I told you again and again and again. You just haven't listened. You're not open-minded.
I am definitely open-minded.
Then why have you just repeated yourself with hypothetical arguments the last hour?
Because
you haven't listened. If we
spin it around and we talk about puppies, if I said to you, I am against animal suffering,
hypothetical argument. Come on, up your game.
It's not hypothetical. I'm saying I've got a dog. I've got a puppy, a little chihuahua. Yeah. I'm saying if I said to you, I am against animal suffering, which I am, and then I killed my chihuahua at 2 years old instead of 20 years old and pushed him towards his death so that someone could put him on a sandwich, you would think I was crazy. So why doesn't that apply to you?
Because carnivore meat is dangerous to eat. I keep saying
what
this.
If I had a pet pig? I know people with pet pigs. That's not hypothetical. I know people with pet pigs and they have them as pets.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but a pig's not a carnivore, is it?
Yeah, she's the worst. Completely closed mind. She just wants to be ignorant. It's all about the money.
So
pigs are non-minimal.
A cat and dogs have been tamed to protect and hunt our food for us.
And a pig hasn't.
Which is why...
A pig hasn't.
No, a pig hasn't.
Yeah, so if I was to do that to a pig as a pet, even though it's a pet, it's still a living thing, isn't it? So why is it not okay to do it to a cat or a dog, but it is okay to do it to a pig?
It's dangerous to eat carnivore meat.
But I'm saying a pig is not carnivore, so I could have a pig in place of the dog. And if I said to you, I'm against animal suffering and cruelty, but then I pushed a pig towards its death at 2 years old, you would think I was crazy?
What's with the pushing it to its death?
Because we drive
When
them
do
to
they
the
get pushed
slaughterhouse.
to their death?
We drive the animals
Yeah.
to the slaughterhouse, and they get pushed towards their death.
Yeah.
It's a fraction of their
Gosh.
lifespan.
So? Oh, this is, yeah, okay. Whatever. I'm sorry, I feel you haven't been at all open. You haven't asked. You've stayed stuck in your own arguments. You've just repeated yourself constantly. You told me how to think and how to feel, and
But you've just told me
it's
what
not been great.
you've just told me what I've thought and done, and that's exactly what you told me not to do with you. But
No,
that's
I
what
haven't.
happens.
No, I haven't.
That's what
No,
happens
I
in a
didn't.
debate. That's what happens. I think that if you're not a violent person, I don't think that you should fund violence.
That's your opinion.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
not
it's
the opinion of 99.9% of the globe, is it?
No, because they were all brainwashed into it. They didn't make their own mind up. They were given these beliefs. You were forced meat and dairy as a child. So was I. So was everyone else. And you didn't really have a say about it. Really, you haven't thought individually. You haven't deconstructed your belief system and gone, actually, that is a little bit cruel and a little bit messed up. You were given these beliefs.
Are you saying the vegans are much cleverer than other people?
I know unintelligent vegans, and I also know unintelligent non-vegans as well.
Yes. So it's nothing to do with intelligence whether they've decided not to eat meat or not.
I wouldn't say intelligence. I'd say a higher level of consciousness. I'd say that people have actually, developed empathy from somewhere and looked at the victim and gone, that could have been anyone. That could have been me. There is no need to inflict misery or use and abuse and exploit animals. There is no need for it.
Do you think a lot of veganism, some veganism is down to eating disorders? Do you think that a lot of teenagers go, I'm going to be vegan this week, can cut out a food group, but actually they have an eating disorder?
That can happen, but that's nothing to do with the philosophy of veganism. That just means they need more education on nutrition.
Maybe.
But would you just finally just admit that there is no need to do what we do to animals at all?
That is such a broad question. And I do think we need to eat animals. And you have not. The vegan diet is incomplete on day one, and that you have done nothing to disprove that fact.
Well, Angarad, it must be why I'm dead. Thank you for your time, and I hope that one day you see the light and stop this atrocity to our fellow beings that we share the planet with.
Pigs are plant-based? That's cool. Yeah, that was good. He did really good. Just talking to her calmly. What is this?
Hello everyone, so today I'm going to be making a...
This is long, old video from a long time ago. Thought maybe it was something new. You guys want to watch more vegan stuff, or do you want to watch something else? I like watching these self-protection videos. A new video from yesterday, too. We can check that out. This one 2 days ago. There you go. Yeah, Lewis, if you go back to the beginning, of my stream, I went through it and kind of reacted to it. Yeah, let's watch this one.
The calves over there have been took off the mothers, haven't they?
They won't live that long.
What's your name?
Where are you from?
I'm from the anti-bullying movement, where we...
Well, you shouldn't be in there as private property anyway. Where do you live? You're upsetting me.
You're upsetting me?
My,
You're
my animals are well looked after.
Wow.
The reason they were crying is because their babies are trapped in these little huts in the boiling heat. And when I say it's hot, I've been going dizzy all day. I've drank about 3 litres of water. It is sweltering. And they're stuck in these little pens all day, surrounded by flies. The mothers was over the road there at this farm crying. They molest the females, the mother cows, over and over again, 6, 7 times, maybe 8 times throughout their life until they're good for nothing. And then they're sold to be chopped up into pieces after they've been used and abused for milk, just so someone can pour it on their Cocoa Pops. Absolutely mental. There was a bloke over there and he's disappeared. He blatantly seen me, so he obviously can't face what he does. These will be really nervous because they haven't long been born. I don't know if they're days old or a couple of weeks old or a week old, I don't know. But a shade they've got, look. In the sweltering heat. Look. Thinks it's a teat, look. Thinks it's his mum. Absolutely disgusting, man. Stripped of all natural instincts. Just put in that pen. Absolutely sick, man. I mean, look at this one. Hello. Life are these going to have? Sick. They're crying now, look. Trapped. Enslaved until they're...
Yeah, like last year, I went to a dairy farm like this, and I saw a bunch of the cows in their little, like, little igloos or whatever the hell they're called. I got like a picture of my girlfriend at the time, like standing next to one and petting the cows. Like, oh, they're so cute. And then, like, I was ignorant to it. And then I see those pictures come up on my memories and stuff, and it's like, it's so sad. So sad seeing those cows.
They're ready to be used. They're petrified, they are, look. Oh my.
They hate people. That's so horrible.
Look at that. Look at that. She thinks it's her mother, look. Look at that. They think it's a teat, look. Look. How sick is this, man? All natural instincts just stripped away, man. Look at that. That's the human, that is. I'm going to go and ask them why the mothers were crying earlier. This one's being a bit naughty. This one's kicking off. Look, man. Hello. Got no water, look. Look, this little baby cow, yeah, is stuck in this hot shed having a tantrum. It's got no water. So I've got to do the farmer's job. I've got to pick up this water and I've got to feed the victim. That's boiling hot as well, man. Yeah, mate, here's some water for you. Sorry, mate, I've got to take some off you. Absolutely, look, he's thinking, where's my water gone, look. They're not stupid. There you go. Have a drink. Have a drink. You got some water now, look. I didn't really give him a lot, man. I'm gonna get some water. This one, right, that one's got water, that one's got water. That one's got lots of water, so... Stinks, man. Drinking now, look how thirsty he was, look. Look at that. Straight to the water. They can't even look after their victims. They enslave them and they still can't look after them. I don't know what he's doing, scratching his head. She's just come back, so I wonder if she's going to come over and wonder what I'm doing next to her victims. And I'm going to tell her that I've had to just feed this victim because it's boiling hot. It's gone already, look. All right, mate. Someone told me that the cows were crying earlier. Are they all good? The cows was all crying, and I've gone over to the calves, and there's no water in one of them, so I've had to feed your victims.
Right.
So, where are the mother cows that were crying?
No idea.
You don't know? They're your cows, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you don't know where they are?
What mother cow?
The ones that were crying earlier, they were bellowing.
Don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know about cows crying?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the cows crying, the mother cows, because I've got it on video. Someone sent me the video.
Oh, let's have a look.
Take it that
I've got 5 cows with calves.
I take it that they've been took off, the calves over there have been took off the mothers, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, yeah.
Yeah, when today?
No.
When?
Do you want the date of each one? They've come from market.
I don't know, man, because these...
Yeah, that's the worst part. All the crazy things that they do, they get exemptions to make it because it's they could just call it standard practice. And they get exemptions for like the most horrific things. We need to start putting labels on it like Switzerland. Should do that everywhere.
These here are calves that have come out of dairy cows, and they're sold as calves in the market when they're about 30 days out, and I rear them then on powder milk.
So
formula milk, if you want to.
So what was the crying? What was the bellowing?
I haven't got a clue.
So either they take the calves off the mothers, and the mothers are distressed because they bond and then they break the bond and things like that.
Not us, because I don't milk cows. I've got cows with calves running with them, and those there are calves that I've purchased.
So why have you purchased them and left them in there with no water? There's no water in there. I like to feed them.
I've been there this morning, 8 o'clock, and fed them with water and milk and pellets and straw. No, I haven't checked them now that you've just been there, but I'm going back out there in a minute later on.
Do you think they really deserve that life locked in that pen and then just
they're
using
fine.
it for milk?
They're fine.
What, they're for milk?
Sorry?
Just for milk? Is this all just for milk?
No, they're not for milk.
They're not for milk. What they're for?
They're for beef.
For beef?
Yeah.
So you've put them in that pen at what age, and when are they going to get killed?
They get killed when they're about 2.5 years out.
2.5 years? Out of a 20-year lifespan, 25-year lifespan?
They won't live that long.
They would if you didn't kill them, though, wouldn't they?
Well,
do you not think it's unnecessary to do this to keep them enslaved just for a bit?
They're fine. They're fine in there.
They look distressed and hot. It's that hot. I've just gone over. I've got bloody sunstroke just walking over.
Well, you shouldn't be in there. It's private property anyway.
Well, I was in there, and it's a good job I was because I've had to feed one of the victims. Do you know what I mean?
What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm from the anti-bullying movement, where we.
Where is that?
Where is it?
Where is it?
It's national.
Right, so where do you live?
Animals.
Where do you live?
I live somewhere. It doesn't matter. But I'm just here to check on animals.
Well, I live somewhere as well.
Well, you live there, don't you? You know what I mean? I haven't come to cause trouble.
You are causing trouble.
I'm not causing trouble.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
You're upsetting me.
You're upsetting me.
My animals are well looked after.
Are they?
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Well, it seems like it because they're in the sweltering heat in pens with no water.
They're fine.
They don't look fine to me. That's why I've had to feed them.
Just leave alone. It's none
of
your business.
You need to leave them alone. Do you know what I mean?
If I leave them alone, they'll die.
Well, you just don't bite them, don't breed them, innit? No, he's wrong. And that dog's got the life of Riley. Look at that dog. That dog's got the life of Riley. And these victims are enslaved in the heat with no water.
They're fine.
Nah, he's wrong.
They're fine.
I don't know why you need animals to use and abuse. Like, I mean, it's
I'm not
nuts.
using and abusing. I pride myself in looking after animals well.
Well, you've just said they get killed at 2 years old.
Yes.
That's it.
He looks after them well until he murders them.
When they're fit to kill.
Would you kill him at 2 years
How
old?
do you think people live?
Would you kill him at 2 years old? No, you wouldn't.
How do you think people live?
Well, I live just fine without exploiting cows and little baby cows, you know what I mean?
Well, there's lots.
He's the lucky one, isn't he? Or her?
Yeah.
Very lucky. You wouldn't kill that one, would you? Disgusting.
Yeah, good for him. That was a good one. Just like walking up right on at that guy's house. Maybe I should do some stuff like that around here. There's some farms around here. I could probably do that. Go check them out.
Our president is far more implicated in the Epstein files than we previously thought. This is according to a Wall Street Journal article. The Justice Department told Trump in May that his name is among many in the Epstein files. A lot of people are going to tell you, oh, that's old news. We knew he was in the flight logs. We knew he was in these phones.
I heard there's some new stuff. There's new stuff coming out about this every day. I want to see what Voidzilla's got here.
Phone records, but that's not what we're talking about. Those were already public. Jeffrey's black book, that was already out there. This is a new review of documents that we're talking about. We're going to go through all of it, and we're going to start with Trump actually being asked directly if he was told by his attorney general whether...
I forgot to feed Nova earlier. I'm going to feed her now. Show you guys her food. Let's see, where can I put this?
He was mentioned in the Epstein files, and he says, no.
Did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing.
So there we have Trump denying being told that his name was in the Epstein files, but a lot of people were wondering, well, then why are you acting so weird with these files?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
It's pretty boring stuff. They were made up by Obama.
Luckily, we unearthed an interview where Trump actually hints to the fact that he was in fact told that he was in the Epstein files, and it was all fake stuff.
They've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me.
Now that file review is going to be separate from what we talked about with the...
Yeah, that's when he said, that's when he admitted to being in it. He just said that the other day. So now Trump admitted to being in it, when before he said that he wasn't.
Flight logs, the black book, things like that. According to the Wall Street Journal, when the Justice Department officials reviewed what Attorney General Pam Bondi called a truckload of documents related to Epstein earlier this year, they discovered that Donald Trump's name appeared multiple times, according to senior administration officials. So, if you remember phase one, right? Phase one was a big scandal because Pam Bondi released these files, but it turned out that these files were an incomplete list of mostly already released stuff. So what did she actually...
So this is what I feed my dog. She gets the kibble. It's from V-Dog. And I put a can in here for her too. So V-Dog is the company. I don't know if you guys know about them. Plant Power.
Actually released? Well, she released the flight log and she released the contact book. Then what happened? Well, Pam Bondi, super embarrassed, reached out to Kash Patel and said, hey, I need a bunch of new files. This is not enough. Give us more. She went on Fox News, started talking about, oh, I've got this truckload of documents that is separate from the flight log, from the black book, that we're going to review and release to the American public.
Looking at these documents going, these aren't all the Epstein files. You know, there were flight logs, there were names and victims' names. And we're going, where's the rest of the stuff? Yep. So based on that, I gave them the deadline, Friday at 8, a truckload of evidence arrived.
Will everything else be made public?
It's always about protecting the victim. But you know what? We believe in transparency, and America has the right to know.
So there we clearly see there were two separate reviews that happened. First, there's the disclosure in phase one of kind of the stuff everyone knew. And then Pam Bondi goes, oh, we got a truckload of new documents. We're going to review those and release those. And that's the review that flagged a bunch of times that Donald Trump's name appeared in here. And that's when they changed their story. Why is this a big deal? Previously, the appearance in the flight logs and the black book were the only appearances we really had of the president. There was really nothing else related to Trump there. It's also notable because Senator Dick Durbin said that the FBI was explicitly instructed to flag Trump's name if it came up in the files.
Attorney General's pressure on FBI to quickly review and produce more Epstein documents as promised. These officials were told to, quote, flag any records in which President Trump was mentioned.
Right. They had a new review where thousands of FBI agents combed through these things, flagging the president's name anywhere it appeared in this truckload of new documents. And that is what we're talking about here. These are new revelations, new pieces of evidence about our president's possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, what are these files? That's what we all want to know, right? Unfortunately, it's being heavily covered up and heavily blocked. Obviously, one answer...
Yeah, right. That's funny. The John Connor. He's got a new haircut. I don't think his hair didn't used to be like that. That's new, I think.
is the Wall Street Journal's prior reporting on this letter that Trump supposedly, allegedly wrote to Epstein, which talks about a secret that they both share. It's worth noting that the president said he was going to and then did sue the Wall Street Journal over this. He's seeking $10 billion about this. But the most interesting thing about this case is that the Wall Street Journal, its original claim was that this birthday book letter was all in the DOJ's possession earlier, meaning it would have been part of this truckload of new evidence unless it was destroyed. And so one of the best ways to disprove or prove the existence of this thing would just be opening up the Epstein files, which is part of the reason it's so sketchy that they're not doing it. If you're saying that this reporting is false, if you're saying that this birthday book did not exist, then why not just release the files where this birthday letter was supposedly contained? In fact, in this story, we actually have breaking news. Epstein's victim's lawyer now says that the estate of Epstein are actually in possession of this birthday book containing Trump's letter and would be willing to turn it over to authorities. So we'll have to see where that goes.
Possession of that birthday book. The executors of the estate are in possession of that book.
So already, if true, not only is that a kill shot to this lawsuit, it also proves that there's new mentions of our president in the Epstein files, which are now being covered up. Another big part of this cover-up story has been our government literally shutting down early to avoid a vote on the release of the Epstein files. This is because there were a bunch of representatives ready to vote actually in a bipartisan way on the release of the Epstein files. And a lot of Republicans had...
See, Nova, she loves her food. And when I have other dogs here, they always try to eat her food. They don't ever eat their own food. They always want to eat her stuff.
Splintered off from the party line of not releasing it, backing the president. Speaker Mike Johnson, because he was fearing this, announced he was cutting short the week's legislative business and sending the House home early for the summer to avoid having to hold votes on releasing the files. I can't think of something more sick than stonewalling the release of files related to a trafficker to try to protect the people implicated in it. I can't think of something more disgusting, except for the hypocrisy that it also represents, because previously, the same guy went on Benny Johnson's show, a conservative commentator, and said he was totally open to releasing the files and would vote on it.
Subpoenaing the Epstein documents from the DOJ, whether you would support either of those.
I'm for transparency. We're intellectually consistent in this. Look, Reagan used to tell us we should trust the American people. I believe in that principle. I know President Trump does as well. And we should put everything out there and let the people decide it.
Right. We should trust the American people until it's time to release it and actually vote on it, and then you shut everything down early to avoid it. Now, later, Mike Johnson came out and said he doesn't want to be lectured on transparency by the Democrats who didn't release the files when they were in power. And you see a similar line coming from the White House about this.
Democrats have now seized on this as if they ever wanted transparency when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which is an suggestion for any Democrat to make.
Now, to this, I just have to say, yeah, they're scoring political points now, saying release the files, just like you guys scored political points when you were the party that wasn't in power.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
But the people who actually care about this issue, we just want the files out. So you know an easy way you can prevent having the other side score political points by saying, hey, release the files. You can actually do it. Instead, we have a bunch of performative stuff like this from AG Pam Bondi and the president, where right after the reporting on the birthday letter about Trump and Epstein's supposed secret, all of a sudden, like a snap, Pam Bondi comes out and goes, oh, we gotta unseal the grand jury transcripts, despite knowing that there's almost zero chance of that happening. And of course, today we find out that it was denied because they had literally no grounds to do it. It's like not something courts do for a public interest. In fact, the irony of that whole stunt to pretend to be transparent was that the Epstein survivors, which supposedly these people care about so much, were not told, they were not informed that this grand jury information was going to be unsealed. So ironically, despite saying that they want to protect the survivors of Epstein, what they really want to protect are the third parties implicated in all of this, which is why they won't release the Epstein files they could release right now, which is all in their possession, these thousands of documents that they have. In fact, the attempts to distract from the real issue of the Epstein files not being released, the cover-up that's clearly happening, it's actually been breathtaking. In fact, it compelled Trump to release 230,000 pages of documents on MLK's assassination, which I guess is fine, but like, can you release the conspiracy now? Why are all the conspiracies revealed decades later when we can't hold anyone accountable? But at the time the conspiracies may be happening, all of a sudden it's, oh, well, no, we can't possibly do that. Now, there's another performative thing you should be aware of, and that's the meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell that's supposedly going to happen. The Department of Justice now says they're going to actually talk to Ghislaine directly. Quote, I have communicated with the counsel for Ms. Maxwell to determine whether she would be willing to speak with prosecutors from the department. This is confirmed by Maxwell's attorney, who says, I can confirm we are in discussions with the government and that Ghislaine will always testify truthfully. We are grateful to President Trump for his commitment to uncovering the truth in this case. Why is this deeply concerning? Because the idea had been floated that there would be a public testimony to Congress under oath by Maxwell. But this is not that. This is a private meeting with the same people who have been sweeping this issue under the rug the entire time. And what is Ghislaine really focusing on? What is she actually trying to get? She's trying to get immunity. We already know she's trying to get the president's attention and say, hey, you guys kind of screwed me. You wouldn't want to be seen as, not being a man of your word. We've seen those like vaguely threatening public statements by Maxwell. So what exactly are they going to get out of this? She's totally incentivized to clear everyone from this administration rather than get the truth out. Now, I should say we actually have inside information on this because recently a bunch of world leaders have been meeting with not journalists, but get this, podcasters to talk about the world affairs of the day. Podcaster Tim Dillon talks about...
This is pretty crazy because they're going to get her to say whatever they want her to say to make it easier for them to just cover everything up. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up giving her like a reduced sentence or like letting her out of jail eventually.
His dinner with what turns out to later be J.D. Vance and some other people where they discussed the affairs of Epstein and stuff like that. And he floats the idea of Maxwell testifying.
Ghislaine must speak. She should testify before Congress. A couple of the people at the dinner, again, it was a small dinner, 3 or 4 people. They said that is not on the table at the moment, but it's not impossible. Nobody's super jazzed about it.
So the administration appears to have told Tim Dillon in a private meeting that, yeah, we really don't love the idea of her testifying, but apparently they love the idea of meeting her privately to talk to her behind closed doors where we can't know what is said. Speaking to the only person who's ever been punished at all for Epstein's crimes and whose only incentive is to herself get immunity and get off the hook for all of this. So I obviously think this is a terrible idea. I think it's more of the same cover up. Until they release these files, they're finished. And interestingly, Tim Dillon, the guy at this dinner with the administration, actually said as much.
I think if they do not release everything they have, they are done. If they do not release, and I told them that, you need to release everything you have.
Yeah, of course. Doesn't take a political analyst to tell you you need to release the files. But of course, that seems to be the one thing they refuse to do. They'll do anything. They'll release MLK files. They'll probably tell you their aliens exist just to avoid releasing the Epstein files. And that is the actually most incriminating part of all of this. It has been the reaction, not the files themselves, that has made this look so bad. The unhinged response to just simple demand.
To a reasonable person, it seems like they're hiding something.
For following up on their word, saying they were going to release the Epstein files. Then it's, oh, we looked, we found the president's name a bunch, and now we're not going to show you what's in there. That makes us all assume the worst about what's actually in here. So ultimately, look, I just believe we should get transparency. Obviously, there's a lot we don't know here, but a lot that has also been coming out, and it all paints a much darker picture than we previously knew.
Yeah, it's messed up. Very messed up. I want to watch this one.
Hi everyone, welcome to today's research. John comes to us, family of products is this or unit, and Mercedes is.
Well, damn. That started quickly.
And then he is going to jump in his car and chase her. She calls 911 and tells him what's going on. And of course, that kind of milkshake is going to bring all the boys to the yard. It does indeed bring the boys to the yard, and everybody starts looking for these guys. And they are going to get found by a sergeant. We have badge cam audio from here. Let's listen in and see what happens.
All right, we are westbound Jensen, now crossing over the 41. They are both failing to yield. Any units close, pit is authorized. Have her pull over out of the way if possible.
Copy.
He's still chasing and ramming.
Charles 14, I'm with you, 102.
Better push him right out of the way.
You see your head!
Damn. He just shot that guy a shitload of times. Damn. Holy shit. I mean, I know he's got a gun, right? He's got a gun in the car. He just pistol whipped his wife, or that girl, or that woman. I don't know if it was his wife. but she had a kid in the car too. So he pistol whipped her, and she jumped in the car, or she was in her car already, and he was like pistol whipped her through the window or something. And she drove away, and he got in his car and was chasing her. But it didn't look like he had his gun and was like trying to shoot the cop. So I don't know if that cop's justified in shooting him that many times. But the cop can obviously see a lot better than we can just see on the body cam.
I'm with you. You come out with your hands up, or we will shoot.
Damn, how is that guy even sticking his hand out the window after all those shots?
Shoot you again. Come out on the ground. I'm with you. You come out with your hands up, or we will shoot you again. Come out on the ground. 7 Charles 14, line of fire is going to be to the east. I need units to arrive from Jensen and 41. Let me take over for you, Sarge. You got it. Get out of the car! Do not reach for anything or I will shoot you! Get out of the car! Turn off my siren!
So, like, they just said, get out, don't reach for anything, and then get out of the car. So, what do you do in that situation? Because they just told you not to reach for anything. So but then they say get out of the car. So if he goes to grab the door handle inside, it could look like he's trying to grab a gun and they could just shoot him again. What they really want you to do is to open it from the outside. But they didn't say that. They gave him 2 completely different instructions. And yeah, it's crazy when cops are, when cops are in moments like this, they mess up what they say sometimes, and that can get you killed. Yeah, really. Like, look behind him. What's behind the car? There's people back here. He shot into that car like 20 freaking times.
Unlock the door! Get out! If you reach, you won't get shot! Come out! Face away from me!
Turn away!
Get out and face away! Keep your hands up! Get out of the car! Get out! Face away! Walk backwards! Hands up! Keep coming! Keep coming! Keep coming! Keep coming! Keep coming! Get on your knees! On your knees! Face away! No hands! I got him! Someone get on call to my car! Just to show you a
Damn, that guy's got hair like me almost.
little bit here. Watch what went down is that as the sergeant pulls up.
Ah, see, he was shooting. That's why. He was literally shooting at that lady. That's why he just unloaded on him right away.
Our dude put a gun out the window, the gun that he pistol whipped his wife with, and shot through that glass, and that bullet went out the rear.
Yeah, it was his wife. But obviously, they had 2 different vehicles there, so that's kind of strange. They were somewhere in a shopping center with 2 separate vehicles. Maybe ex-wife, maybe they're separated or something.
Rear window where the 3-year-old was. And so the sergeant saw that. That's what caused all of his actions. Again.
Whoa, that's crazy. There's a kid back there, and the bullet came out of the window. Yeah, so that cop was like, it's go time. And right here, actually, there's nothing behind him except this building.
You can see right there where the bullet exited the glass. The lady was treated for some facial wounds from the pistol whipping. The 3-year-old was not physically harmed. Our dude here is facing an absolute litany of charges, as he should. Could you just see him doing the bullet time Neo thing? But I'm pretty sure probably his undershorts didn't make it through that.
That fool needs to check his Tonys for real.
You know, Mike, it's one of those things we say all the time that, sometimes a marriage just doesn't work. Sometimes a relationship doesn't work. But, man, adults use words. We got to get better than this when we're threatening each other with guns, hitting each other with guns. It's a real problem in our society right now.
Hey, Los. Just going to finish this one, and then I'm going to take a break. And then I'll start another stream back up in maybe like a half hour. And I'm gonna do it on my phone. And I'm going to go to the store. I don't know if I'm going to walk Nova. I might do that later. I'm going to go to the store first. Go grocery shopping, take you guys with me. Ride my scooter there.
few things worse than a man beating a woman.
Yeah, I've been watching him for years too. You can learn a lot, and I feel like everybody should know some of this stuff a little bit more.
In my book, it's the lowest of the low. This guy reminds me a little bit of a guy we had a while back who I think I referred to him as an unrepentant scumbag, and I'm going to say that here and now. I don't like this guy. I've seen his type before. He thinks he can do anything he wants. He thinks he can act with impunity, which really is borne out by his actions in the parking lot, and then his actions, car to car right in front of a police car with no regard for the fact there's a little girl in the back seat. Just disgusting behavior, John.
Yeah, really disgusting behavior. On the other hand, our sergeant here, man, this guy is Special Pants Brigade material all day, Mike. The first thing that I noticed here is how utterly calm his demeanor is. And calm is a superpower in an incident like this, and he did so great at it.
Yeah, I'll say somebody recently added, it might have been you, I'm not sure, when I said, yeah, calm's a superpower, and the person I was talking to said, yeah, and it's contagious. Just like panic is contagious, calm is contagious. So this guy's a sergeant. He's a leader of men and women. He is a supervisor. So it is incumbent upon him to keep everybody's heads, on straight. So by him not freaking out and going, I'm behind the car.
Yeah, right, Mobius? Exactly.
Nice gun, blah, blah, screaming. He's calm and collected, and everyone.
So actually, I was at like this self-defense class the other night, and the guy was talking about police dogs, and he said that that police dogs are just property. They're just considered a tool. They're not considered to the officers, to the government. They're just like a taser. They don't consider them an officer. And I thought that was really weird because I've seen videos on ASP where they've shot and killed suspects for stabbing the dog or shooting the dog, right? So how is that justified if it's supposed to be a tool? Like they flip-flop. So like if a suspect is attacking a dog, they treat it like an officer. But if the dog goes too far or doesn't listen to commands or bites the wrong person, they're not held liable because it's just a tool that misfired. Like if their taser goes off by accident, they blame the taser. They don't blame the cop. So they treat them like that. They just treat them however they want to justify them, like to protect the police. It's kind of crazy.
Everyone now responding is getting, first of all, clear.
Yeah, see, assault on a cop. Most of them say it's assault on a cop, but it's not. It's actually not. But they say that, and I guess most people believe it. But legally, they're not. Which is kind of crazy.
Clear and concise direction as to where to go and what to do. Things like PIT is authorized, direction to travel. Everyone now is coming in a lot calmer than they otherwise might if he were losing his actual mind over the radio.
Now, look at what the sergeant saw. What he saw here was the husband stick a gun out the window and rip a shot through his wife's car, clearly endangering his wife, endangering the baby in the car, and the sergeant saw that. So he's got to act right now.
The first time through.
Things that I just want to see here. One, I love the fact that he got himself to a good firing position, still using his B-pillar. That is really important. And great two-handed firing grip, good stuff. It would not surprise me at all, Mike, if our sergeant here is a competitive shooter, given his level of...
So yeah, what he's talking about is he's standing firmly with his feet on the ground. He's got two hands on the gun, exactly how he should. He's standing with this part of the car where the two doors meet. He's standing where that is like blocking the guy's vision, so the guy can't see where the cop is standing. So he's standing specifically in that place on purpose, so that guy can't see him. And then he's just shooting right through the door because the door's not going to stop the bullets and the window.
Of gunfighting and gun handling skills.
Yeah, there's a few other points where John has pointed stuff out to me.
He probably shot that guy a bunch of times. That guy was probably shot up a bunch.
Pre-brief that I thought, yeah, For sure. This guy's John Wick with Chevron stripes on his shoulder. He's done this before, at least in training. Maybe he's a combat vet. I don't know. Hey, listen, if you know this sergeant or anyone involved in this incident, reach out to me, Mike at activeselfprotection.com. I would love to interview anyone involved on this on the podcast because I think there's some lessons to be learned here. This guy is for sure Special Pants Brigade, and he is almost certainly excuse me, I almost said active shooter. The guy's an active shooter. He's almost certainly a competitive shooter, and it just shows in everything that he does. This guy is super squared away. First of all, look at the grip by itself should tell you he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and we're going to see a little bit later too. You know, when you look at his pistol, again,
always call out an officer or deputy when they're endangering people unnecessarily.
It looks like he might be shooting here, and that's super dangerous because if you look behind him, there's another car right there.
With their gunfire,
I think it's a ported gun, Mike. Hey, I don't need to be shooting. That's why we call it a proactive reload. Super smart move here when he has a second, just so he's got a full gun, and he's going to use the full gun.
You just drop the clip, and slap the other one in there.
And need some more too.
Competitive shooter behavior, whole thing to consider.
Magazine home like it owed him money, and that is very smart. You notice his slide is for marksmanship and handling. Doing some competitive shooting can only help you. Also, just want to point out this one little bit of marksmanship and handling here. He slammed that magazine home like it owed him money, and that is very smart. You notice his slide is forward. These proactive reloads, slide forward reload, when you put a full magazine in there, and Glocks will do this every bit as much as any other pistol, is that they tend to have a hard time latching at the magazine latch. So you got to slam that magazine home, and if you're not 100% positive that it's all the way home, just back off and whack it on the base plate again. Again, slap that thing like it owes you money. We have seen so many times in class that people do one of these, slide forward reloads, and then the next shot that they fire, the magazine drops out because they didn't beat that magazine home. It wasn't a problem here for this sergeant because he did beat it home, and he did so on the first try. Just a little thing, and you get practice at that. The fourth or fifth or 12th time that you do that in a competition shoot, you start to learn how much force you need to set that home, especially if you're shooting with your carry gun. So I really think it's valuable for officers. Competition shooting doesn't build training scars. It builds marksmanship and gun handling and moving and shooting skills that started on this one. You're the first one that saw that, is that this right here, when I zoom in and we look at what we see here, I'll be darned if that doesn't look to me like the back glass on that Mercedes is bulletproof or is armored in some significant way. I've seen plenty of glass get shot, and it sure don't look like that when the bullets go through it.
Yeah, that does look pretty weird, doesn't it? No, we didn't do any like hands-on stuff. It was more just like a presentation kind of questions and answers. But the guy's really cool that does it. It's the second time I've gone to one of his classes, and I want to actually go to his range. He's got like a range that he does a lot of training on and stuff. So I want to actually go there and train with him a little bit. But the guy that I know that was doing the class, he lived in Florida, and he was like he was team leader of the drug enforcement SWAT team for like 20 years down in Florida. And now he retired, and he's up here, and he trains other cops and stuff like that, and civilians too now. But like he's got a crazy long list of experience. So he's definitely the best guy that I've ever met to learn from.
And unfortunately, I've seen more than one case. So I worked border crimes for a long time, cartels, international narcotics, that sort of thing. This is indicative of possibly a cartel member. I can't say for sure. I've run this by a couple of my current active duty law enforcement friends. Neither John nor I is certain that's bulletproof glass. It could be really, really super chingon, rear laminated Mercedes-Benz glass. That's possible. It looks to me like it's armored glass. So I could be impunity, and just because this came in, if that is you, hey man, giving that an extra tap to make sure that
absolutely perfect. The reason nothing is back out and ready to fight is 2.5 seconds now. 2.5 seconds when you are staged, when you're running from competition gear, all those things. That's still a reasonably good time. I've seen it under 1 second. You watch Tim Herron shoot or something like that, and they can run a reload like so fast it's ridiculous. Max Michel, those guys in that league. But to do it from duty gear while moving under stress in 2.5 seconds, whoo, Mike, that's some skills, boy.
Yeah, and again, something that doesn't come naturally. A quick reload is critical for law enforcement. As John will say, I think it's still never seen a second magazine.
Yeah. I'm not a super big gun guy, but I used to live out in the country, and I had some guns. I could just take them out back and shoot them in my backyard, shoot them into the hill. So I used to target shoot and stuff like that. But now I moved into the city like don't know, 7 years ago. I don't think I've shot a gun in probably, I don't know, long time, maybe 10 years. But you prefer RPGs? That's funny. I never shot an RPG. That would be cool though. I could do that at this guy's freaking private range out there. It's in a quarry. The private range is like in a quarry, and they do like demolition stuff out there and use freaking explosives and shit. He trains like all different types of crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think guns are evil. I think people are evil. But I don't carry a gun or anything. I carry pepper spray on me. And I have a knife that I normally carry on me. But I don't carry a gun or anything like that. But I've been attacked by dogs before. A couple times. Not severely. Or almost attacked by a couple dogs also. So pepper spray I think is the best thing to have. Just even if you're gonna get something that can reach them from 10 feet away. Same thing with a dog. If a dog comes up and attacks you, what are you gonna do? Stick your arm out? Stick your leg out? You're not gonna want to touch a dog that's trying to bite you. Guns are for killing. Guns don't have to be for killing. And there's a lot of people that just target shoot as a sport. But if you're in a situation where somebody's got a gun on you, or, you know, threatening somebody's life that you're close to, and you have an opportunity to stop that, I don't know, you might want to have a gun at that point. But yeah, the only people that robbed you at gunpoint were wearing blue. Yeah, unfortunately, I've had the same thing happen. I have been robbed by other people, but not at gunpoint. If they tried to rob me face to face, it probably wouldn't have ended well for them. But you can't do anything against the police. They'll come legally rob your ass. It's crazy. And the police aren't going to defend you. So if you are in a life like threatening situation, the only person that's going to save you is yourself. You don't have time to call the police and hope that they're going to show up in time. So you have to be prepared. But you don't need to be scared or carry a gun. Just don't go out late at night and go to stupid places, and you can eliminate a lot of the probabilities of bad things happening, you know. But sometimes you can't control it, so you know, and if that moment comes, you're gonna wish that you were more prepared. Yeah, I understand tanks, bombs, and yeah, there's other things that they're just made to kill people. We should definitely get away from things like that. But I don't think, you know, if you want to have a little gun and you want to shoot some targets, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's definitely about how you use it. But I'm gonna end this stream. I'm gonna go jump in the shower, and I'll start back up another stream, and I'm gonna go like ride my scooter around. So if you guys wanna come back in a little bit and join me for that, I'm gonna go grocery shopping. Yeah, as early as elementary school, I agree. Like if you have kids, get them to learn any type of like martial arts, like karate, get them into like some wrestling or something like that. But yeah, everyone should know some type of like self-defense, and then probably, always have a plan and think about carrying some type of intermediate weapon just in case. Why do you have to have a defense class in the first place? Because some people are evil. Some people are bad. I don't think most people. I think most people are good, but there's bad people that can do bad things to you. And in that moment, if that time comes, I hope it never happens for you, but if it does, you're going to wish that you were more prepared. That's all. So I know what you guys mean. See, I could switch the screen here. It's the people in the tanks. They're pushing the buttons. But yeah, they're built for that purpose. We can use all those resources for other things. We don't need to be killing each other. It is really dumb. I think we can grow past that. We need to evolve past killing each other. Yeah. A lot of Americans do love the military, and it's sad. I think it's really sad. Yeah, just get cauliflower ears. People to stop attacking you. Man, I hit my ear the other day really bad, and it freaking hurt. And it made me think of that. Like, man, that's gotta suck for those guys to get punched in the ear all the time. Alright guys, I'm gonna go. I'll be back in a little bit though. So, thanks for being here. Yeah, I hear you.